future husband's penis was semi-hard and staring right back at her. Eye level. Her eyes dragged up to my face. Shock gave way to anger. "You have some nerve, sir," she whisper-shouted. "You have some lips," I said by way of explanation. If God did exist, I was going to meet the second pair in her body, too. "Put that thing away. It looks like it's about to stab me in the eye," she complained, and I managed not to laugh. Just barely. "No one told you to sit down." "No one told you to sexually harass me." "Excuse me? If anyone should be crying under the showerhead while hugging their knees, it should be me. You mentally licked my chest just a few hours ago," I reminded her. "When we were in your apartment." "I did not," she hissed, her cheeks inflamed. "Did too." "Again, I can't believe you're pushing 40. You think once you hit a certain age you start talking like Morgan Freeman?" I frowned, fed up with this line. 37-year-olds still say fuck and make dick jokes and play Xbox and prefer Cheetos and soda over broccoli and chicken and still think Stranger Things is better than documentaries about migrating ants. But they don't say duty calls. Yes, they do. And what's more, you're about to legally bind yourself to someone who just might tattoo the phrase on his ass. "You wouldn't dare." Her jaw ticked, and I knew she actually thought I was capable of it. I smiled winningly. "Wouldn't I now? May I remind you, I am marrying a complete stranger because of a pissing contest with my boss." "Are you guys okay?" Ready to kiss me if my fiancé wouldn't lady cut into our argument. "You seem tense." "Brilliant." Duffy offered a fake icy smile. Brilliant my ass. She couldn't wait to get back home so she could gargle some bleach. Chapter 14. Riggs. Emmett. ... Riggs. "It's the middle of the night, Emmett. Don't you have women to stalk?" Emmett. "Send me a picture of you two together." Riggs. "My dick might be big enough to be its own entity, but the royal we is unnecessary." Emmett. "You and Desiree, smartass?" Riggs. "With or without clothes?" Emmett. ... Riggs. "Pervert." I woke up to the sound of the world ending. There was screaming, crying, pounding, and doors slamming. If I had to guess, I'd say Duffy had decided to wrestle a bear in the living room, and was losing. Cracking one eye open from my vantage point on the couch, I'd somehow gotten used to sleeping with my feet on the coffee table. I spotted my fiancée weeping over the sink, FaceTiming someone on her phone. "Of course it's the end of the world, Kieran." Shen. The apocalypse. I wondered if I had time for a quick booty call. It seemed wrong to depart without a last hurrah, especially after the dry spell I'd had, since fate chained me into a shoebox apartment with a snotty Brit who possessed the sex drive of a Coke can. My so-called Scandinavian friend I told Poppins about on her last day at work was a figment of my imagination, designed to poke at her prudish senses. "No, it's not. If anything, it's a good thing," her brother piped up. "How's that a good thing?" "Maybe your tosser-ass boyfriend will see this and finally get his head out of his arse." Poppins gulped, proceeding to wail even harder. "BJ, I hadn't even thought of that. How could him finding out be a good thing?" "Maybe he'd stop taking you for granted." Kieran was obviously more street smart than his twin. "He doesn't take me for granted." Duffy slammed more cabinet doors, bulldozing around the kitchen with a towel and Lysol. She was stress cleaning. Last time she did that, the apartment smelled like someone was trying to cover up a murder. "You know, I'm sick and tired of everyone judging him. Give the man some grace." In BJ's case, he'd shag Grace too, Kieran deadpanned. I barked out a laugh. She turned toward me, her eyes narrowing on me, like she was ready to shoot me with the Lysol.
Ah, the asshole is awake. I'll call you later.
Kieran perked. Can I speak to him?
Absolutely not.
Don't kill him, darkling. I'm getting rather attached here.
No promises. Bye.
She ended the call, then pinned me with red, bloodshot eyes.
I'm going to kill you.
I sat up straight, digging the bases of my palms into my eye sockets. Can we fuck first? I asked gruffly. I like to go with a bang. All puns intended.
No.
Thought I'd try. What did I do this time? I reached for my pants. I only slept in my briefs, which meant Poppins normally spent her mornings bumping into furniture while trying desperately to stare at the floor and avoid getting an eyeful of my morning wood. Her thumbs flew across her phone screen now. She turned the device around and thrust it in my face, almost breaking my nose in the process.
This happened.
I was looking at a YouTube video of our engagement scene in the subway from the day before. The resolution was crappy, but our faces were recognizable to anyone who knew us. The caption of the video read, "Surprise proposal on NYC subway." So, I shoved my legs into my faded dickies. I tried to ignore the hangover-like headache that was hammering rusty nails into my brain.
Look at the number of views, you wanker.
Squinting, I could now see the reason for her rage. 6 million, I whistled. Guess we're a power couple now.
You know what it means?
She collapsed on the edge of the couch and sat closer to me than she normally would, a sure sign her guard was down.
My parents are going to see this.
Not necessarily. Boomers don't do well with technology.
This was featured on 2 morning shows. My phone has blown up with TV people wanting us to give an interview.
She hit refresh. The view count turned to 6.2. I patted the side of the couch, retrieved my phone, and frowned at it. There were 2 missed calls from Emmett. Bingo. Just tell them the truth. I turned to Duffy.
Mom and Tim aren't even my biggest concern.
She shot up to her feet, then returned to her towels and Lysol for another round of scrubbing the counter.
What if BJ sees it?
Isn't he on an electronic ban while in Nepal? She'd mentioned something about that the other day, while I was knee-deep in trying to tune her out. She licked her lips, nodding. The thought must have encouraged her.
I suppose he is, but when he comes back...
When he comes back, he'll be too busy begging for forgiveness to give a crap. It's not like we shared a passionate kiss. I've gotten more action from my aunt during Thanksgiving dinner.
Ew, perv.
Just kidding. I don't have a family.
Wait, what?
She paused, looking at me with her big purple eyes.
Are you serious?
Yes. Point is, there's nothing overtly incriminating in the video.
Ugh!
She poured bleach into the sink. The scent hit my nostrils, making me want to throw up. My headache was out of control this morning. I got the idea to go viral when I saw how Duffy's video with Gretchen had made waves on the internet. I thought it was a nice way to redeem her pride, and, let's admit it, the quickest, most efficient way to show Emmett that I had a fiancé. Only I hadn't taken into consideration how bad she was going to take it. Because you've never considered anyone else in your entire life. Also, because I wasn't privy to her past scars, to being ridiculed by other students, getting the wrong type of attention. Hey, good luck with the interviews, I told her, retreating back. She drifted out of the room, taking her Duffy scent and Duffy wit and Duffy everything with her. 4 Tylenols and a chain of curses later, I made a call to Christian. The man had a bevy of people at his disposal who knew how to get shit done. He'd hooked me up with a colleague of his, who assured me that for a suitable amount of money, I could get the video taken down from YouTube. Once he'd found the owner of the account, he was able to send them an offer they couldn't refuse. And they didn't. The video was removed from the site an hour and a half after it was loaded. I had no intention of telling Duffy I was the reason her ass, and imaginary relationship with cocksucker, had been saved. It would cost a normal person an arm and a leg to do what I'd done. She sent me a text not even 2 minutes after the video was taken down. Unknown.
They took the video down.
Me. Who is this? If I couldn't fuck her, I could at least fuck with her. Unknown.
Duffy, who else do you have a video with?
Eyeballs emoji. Me. See, this is why I asked you if you ever watched porn. I'm kind of a big deal. Unknown.
Hilarious. Program me into your device.
Me. Done. Duffy.
So, how do you think it happened?
Me. I clicked on your number, then info, then create new contact. I thought you youngsters knew all those things. Duffy.
I meant the video.
Eye roll emoji. Me. IDK. Maybe the person realized it was an intimate moment. Duffy.
Or maybe it went against YouTube's policy or something.
Or maybe I'd paid the YouTuber an entire annual salary to do it. Duffy.
Job hunting is going rubbish, in case you were wondering.
Me. How come? Duffy.
I'm either overqualified or too nuclear after my viral showdown with Gretchen.
Me. You'll figure it out. I put my phone down and tended to the very important task of taking a shower and masturbating to a mental image of my fiancé. When I came back to the phone, there was a message waiting from Duffy. Duffy.
Would you like me to lick something when I get back today?
Me. Don't play with my tender feelings. You were the one who said no hooking up. Duffy.
Pick.
Duffy.
I meant food, you uncultured swine.
Me. More of your rainforest greens? Nah, I'm good. Duffy.
We could always eat something else.
Me. Yes. Duffy.
I mean strictly food items.
Me. Sad face emoji. Me. Pizza? Duffy.
No need to get carried away. Tacos can be nutritious and tasty without destroying my body.
Me. Now you're just begging for another sexual innuendo. Duffy.
Goodbye, Riggs.
While Poppin spent her day running around town trying to find gainful employment, I invested my time in scratching my balls on her couch and staring at the clock. The few weeks sabbatical didn't agree with me. I never stayed in my entire life, and didn't like that my body was getting used to one time zone. That was how I found myself sitting in front of Jerry Springer reruns on cable TV. I was one pack of bonbons away from being Peggy Bundy. How could people do this day in and day out? Stay home and do nothing? A knock on the door snapped me out of an altercation between a man who'd come to the show to have a paternity test and his stepsister, who was also his baby mama. After unplastering myself from the couch, I dragged my ass to the door, wondering who it could be. Duffy wasn't exactly a social butterfly. A busy bee, more like. "Who is it?" I called out. "It's Charlie." "Duffy's not here." In the time that had passed since I'd moved in, she and Charlie had met for drinks twice. "I know." I swung the door open and leaned against the door frame, eyeballing him. "What's up, Charles? Need a cup of sugar?" "Sugar's poison. You know it's more addictive than crack, right?" He gave me an intense stare. I hadn't seen him in a while. He had a weird pattern. Sometimes he was in the hallway twice a day, but then he'd disappear for days on end. "Been out of town?" I probed. "It's been a hot minute." He yawned, looking around disinterestedly. "Not really.
Some days I'm just holed up in my cave doing art shit. So what brings you here? I asked. I'm doing a freelance job for an urban magazine. I need to take some pictures of buildings and scenery in Spanish Harlem. Thought you'd want to tag along.
And why would you think that? I rolled myself a joint. His eyes halted on the thing and he grimaced. That was a plot twist. I didn't peg him for the stuck-up type. Charlie was nice enough, but he was a little clingy for someone who had known me for exactly 2 seconds.
Because I bet you have cabin fever, he said easily. I used to travel the world too. I still have the bug.
Was he me in 20 years?
Fuck, I hope not.
Something dark lurked behind his eyes, like a washed-up child actor who'd grown out of his glory days. Actually, it's nice to chill for a few days, I drawled out.
No, it's not.
He smiled good-naturedly. He was right, but that still didn't mean I wanted to spend time with this stranger. I was about to marry a random. No need to befriend the entire goddamn building. Evidently seeing the doubt on my face, Charlie rolled his eyes.
I'll buy you a beer.
And lunch. I really slipped into the poor man role easily.
On a budget.
Charlie jabbed a finger in my direction.
Or I'm going to lose money on this assignment.
Fine, but I'm choosing the place. I grabbed my backpack from the floor.
You're lucky I like to feed you.
Charlie was already taking the stairs down. I made a note to tell Charlie I was very straight. A half hour later, we were on Lexington Avenue. It was a mercilessly hot day. Too hot not to wonder if New York wasn't, in fact, a section of hell. Charlie was taking pictures of children at play, faceless, or I'd have informed the authorities. Small bodegas and graffitied buildings with more character than I'd witnessed in all of Duffy's WNT colleagues combined. I brought my camera along and took some pictures, too. When we were done, we walked across the street from a row of food stalls to a small cafe. We were almost at the door when someone burst open a fire hydrant. Gallons of water sprayed everywhere, filling the street with gushing puddles. A flock of small children and teenagers ran toward it shirtless, splashing one another. Charlie and I exchanged looks. We were both thinking the same thing. This made for an epic picture. We took out our cameras at the same time and started working silently. Far enough away that they were just flashes of movement in the pictures. About a minute or two into taking the pictures, Charlie handed me his camera, a modest Nikon D5600.
Hold this for me, will you?
I tucked his camera into my backpack and watched this oldish, fully crazy man hightailing it toward the kids. He ran into the thick circle of children, limping a little, like he carried an injury from when he was young, and started jumping over the puddles on the concrete floor, splashing them. They giggled and tugged him in different directions, luring him to play with them. Normally, I would look at this and think this should be illegal in all 50 states. But I couldn't deny the innocence Charlie was oozing just then. At some point, one of the kids jumped on Charlie's back. Charlie gave him a piggyback ride, running around the fire hydrant in circles while making siren noises. My turn, the kid's friend cried out. Before I knew it, kids were jumping on his back in turns, using him as a human police car. Charlie didn't skip one kid, not even the one who looked like he weighed about the same as him, even when his muscles gave up and I saw the exhaustion on his face. After we wrapped things up, we went to a Dominican cafe and ate green bananas, longanisas, and cornbread. We downed 2 beers each before either of us spoke. You're good with kids, I said finally. I didn't know why, but the silence between us wasn't awkward. Maybe because we were both used to being alone. Silence was my friend more often than not. He waved a flippant hand.
Just as long as I don't have to take care of them.
You don't have kids of your own. I took a lazy pull of my beer. He leaned across the window, his eyes following a bunch of teenagers smoking cigarettes and laughing.
No.
I frowned. You sounded thoughtful. Is that your final answer?
I had a kid,
he said with a sad smile. That could have meant any number of things, all of them tragic.
She died when she was 8 months old.
Fuck. Sorry.
What about you?
He turned to look at me.
Any little Riggses running around in different continents?
I smiled ruefully. Arson and Christian always speculated that I'd sired a kid or 12 during my travels, but condoms were my religion, and pulling out while wearing them was my temple. Better to be safe than incredibly sorry. None that I'm aware of.
I think you should try it. You'll make a good dad.
Charlie tipped his beer in my direction. The sun dipped behind the buildings over his shoulder, washing the rooftops in orange and yellow hues. New York was beautiful in the summer. I'd almost forgotten. You forget a lot of things about a place when you never stick around long enough to appreciate it. A kid would cramp my style. Besides, I haven't had the best family life, so I wouldn't know the first thing about raising one.
I think it's precisely the people who don't come from perfect families who create the best ones.
Charlie fixed his gaze on my face.
It's like kids of divorced parents always try extra hard to make their marriage work. Experience shapes you, and heartbreak defines you.
With all due respect, divorce is a walk in the goddamn park in comparison to my childhood. I'd eat divorce for breakfast if I could, with a side of poverty.
Tell me about it.
He shoved cheese bread into his mouth. I didn't share my life story, not with anyone, and I wasn't going to make an exception with this nice yet oddly clingy stranger. Just take my word for it. I'm not father material. I waved a hand. I wouldn't trust me with a fucking houseplant. What about a wife? Ever had one of those?
Almost.
He scratched the damp beer label off his bottle. Your baby mama? I asked. He nodded.
What about you?
I thought about Duffy. It seemed insane to count her as anything other than a headache, but that was exactly what she was about to become. Though I wasn't going to divulge any more information about our lives without her consent after my little stunt in the subway yesterday. Never been married, I said finally. Charlie balled the damp beer label into a wad.
We should do this again sometime.
Talk about depressing shit. I took out my rolling kit, and he gave me a funny look again.
Do projects together,
he explained.
Gotta keep busy.
Don't know what you're talking about. I had a great time watching Jamie Spinner.
Jerry Springer.
Maybe he did have a point.
Chapter 15. Duffy. I forgot the bloody tacos. That, in itself, wasn't even the 15th most terrible thing to happen to me today. But considering everything went wrong from the moment I opened my eyes, other than the proposal video disappearing from YouTube, that was my tipping point. The forgotten tacos. I'd only noticed when I walked into my empty flat and my stomach made a sound eerily similar to a bear's yawn. Feed me, you daft cow. But I had nothing to feed it with because I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten because I'd gone to 3 job interviews that day. All of them ended prematurely, with none indicating any interest. Either my meltdown video had done the rounds and landed on my potential employers' desks, or nobody wanted to hire someone without a visa. Likely, it was a combination of both. I dragged my ass to the shower. Riggs wasn't home yet. I could only imagine where he spent his days. Probably hopping between one model's bed to the other, breaking our marriage vows before he'd even uttered them. Not that I minded one bit. Not even half a bit. Not even a quarter. Oh, but he was so lovely. So very handsome and sort of funny in his own juvenile way. And he never made me feel like he had the upper hand in our relationship, the way BJ did. Never used my weaknesses against me. Speaking of BJ, his sister Brenda, yes, I was aware that Brendan and Brenda were the tackiest names for siblings, called me today to let me know that he was safe and sound. Apparently, he'd called his family to let them know he was okay. Well, I wasn't okay. I was put on the back burner while he did his thing. I was starting to see that Riggs had a point. BJ was a total tosser. The worst part was that I couldn't channel my anger at BJ because I had no way to contact him. He was undumpable. MIA. Which begged the question, how had I allowed myself to leave the door open for a comeback to someone who'd cut off all contact with me for 6 months without batting an eyelash? Because you care about money more than you care about pride, and you care about never allowing your children to go through what you did, walking with torn shoes to a 100k a year school. Flashes of my treading through the vast corridors of St. Anthony's School for the Gifted in my tattered Mary Janes zinged through my mind. Back then, I had my real accent, my authentic, awkward sense of humour, and a dream to become an investigative journalist. I shook my head fiercely until the memories evaporated. I stepped into the shower and lathered my body soap until bubbles ran down the expanse of my flesh. I turned the water to extra hot and closed my eyes, practicing deep, long breaths. Everything is okay. No, that seemed wrong. Everything will be okay. That sounded slightly more believable. Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. Everything will be A loud noise of glass smashing came from the living room. It was followed by the sound of glass crunching over the floor, like someone had stomped all over it. Riggs had a key, so it couldn't be him. I lived on the 2nd floor, but my window was directly in front of the fire escape. Instinctively, I decided the best course of action was to wrap myself in a towel and confront the intruder in my living room. After all, there was no better thing to do than to greet one's burglar half naked. "Why not simply stick a rape me note on your forehead, Poppins?" Riggs's wry voice taunted in my head. Still in the bathroom, I caught myself. I couldn't go out there empty-handed. I needed a weapon, something sharp and discreet. I looked around frantically. The only thing that was remotely practical was my pink shaving razor. I pulled it from the suction holder and dashed out of the bathroom, waving the thing in the air like it was a sword. "Who is there?" I demanded in a shrill voice before coming to a stop in the middle of the living room. My window, my only window, was smashed. Broken beyond repair. That was the bad news. The good news was that my burglar was also my fiancé, and the man I was about to murder. Riggs was standing in the middle of the small room, calmly tucking his photography equipment into its cases, shards of glass adorning his gargantuan booted feet. "Hey," he popped a cinnamon gum, not bothering to look up. "Water must be hot after today, huh?" The water was actually lovely. It was one of the things I liked the most about summers in the city. "Focus, Duffy, focus." Did you just..." I motioned at the broken window. He raised his head distractedly, then nodded. "Oh yeah, sorry. I smashed the tripod against it when I organized my shit. Don't worry about it. I'll call someone to fix it first thing tomorrow morning. Get them to install the triple glazed stuff. You had a crack in the glass anyway." How could he be so calm? This was going to cost a fortune. A fortune neither of us had. He couldn't even pay for a subway ticket. "Riggs, this is a rented flat!" I bellowed, balling my fists in anger. "You can't just break things." "I said I'll take care of it." He bypassed me by stalking into the kitchen and filling himself a glass of tap water. He was uncharacteristically taciturn, but I wasn't in the mood to ask how his day had gone. "So what if you did?" I followed him, perching my fists on either side of my waist. "If something goes wrong, I'm the one who's going to have to deal with it." "You'll have a brand new window in less than 12 hours. He leaned against the counter and filled himself another glass. He threw open all the cupboards before rummaging through them relentlessly. "Shit, where's your Tylenol?" "Second cupboard to your right," I gritted out. He was making a right mess, and I was in the wrong mood for it. Riggs had some nerve brushing me off. I was living off my savings, with no job prospects, in one of the most expensive cities in the world. And do you reckon you'll pay for that
Duffy, just shut up for a sec, will you? My head feels like someone is trying to drill oil out of it, he snapped.
For a moment, I was speechless. Did he actually tell me to shut up? He'd never spoken to me this way. I had two options: calmly explain myself or go mental on his arse. Normally, with BJ, I would choose option number 1 and try to reason with him. After all, I had loads to lose. With Riggs, I felt confident I could be free to be who I was, whoever that may be. Which was how I found myself flinging my arms in the air.
How dare you!
I didn't get to finish the sentence because something terrible happened. Something so terrible, in fact, it took me a few moments to fully digest it. The first giveaway was the breeze between my legs, followed by my cold nipples. My gaze travelled south, down my body. Yup, suspicion confirmed. I was completely, gloriously, dreadfully naked. My towel fell off halfway through my scream. Currently, my nipples were pointing at my future fake husband accusingly. Oh God, my cellulite was my first thought. He can see my cellulite, and those horrible stretch marks on my waist, followed closely by, I haven't shaved down there in a while, have I? There was no point now, with BJ gone. This was succeeded by, Duffy, you daft cow, would you cover yourself up? He's staring. And he was. Riggs didn't even have the decency to pretend otherwise. He flat out ogled me, his mouth agape, his pupils dilated, his penis. Don't look at his penis. After a few moments of channeling my inner deer in headlights, I gathered the towel and secured it around me. My teeth were chattering with adrenaline. Bugger, 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 bugger! I was running like a headless chicken now. First toward the bathroom, before realising I didn't have any clothes there, then toward my bedroom. Then, sensible Cambridge Duffy left the building, and the one from Tooting Broadway finally reared her head, coming back from a decade-long sabbatical. Bollocks!
I didn't even see anything.
Riggs was as believable as George Clooney in Batman and Robin. Yes, you did! I made a beeline to my room, slamming against the wall in the process like a fly trying to penetrate a closed window. You stared!
Okay, I stared.
In a few graceful strides, he was right in front of me, blocking my way to my door.
But I don't regret it. It was the best thing I've seen all year.
Really? More than Gretchen? More than all the others? Please move. I crossed my arms over my chest, mainly to keep my heart from jumping into his hands.
No can do.
He leaned against my door, hogging all the space with his massive frame.
You're just prudish enough to never leave your room.
I closed my eyes, drawing a shaky breath. I can't believe you saw me naked.
Don't be a baby.
You're the one with the poop jokes, I cried out.
Look at me, Poppins.
I was now covering my face with my hands, pretending he couldn't see me, like a dog sitting under a table. No.
This is crazy.
I felt his rough, big, sexy palms covering mine, trying to peel my fingers off my eyes gently. I jerked back in horror. Don't touch me!
Okay, but can you just listen?
While I couldn't listen, I could apparently launch into an incoherent tirade. What kind of perv stares at someone when they're naked? I bit out, my non-posh accent sneaking through. And it's not just you being a creep. Everything has been shite today. I failed all of my job interviews and BJ hasn't called since... Oh, you were right, he is a twat. And money's tight. I might have to sell my Equinox membership next month, and then I forgot the tacos. I let out a pained moan. Tacos. There was a lengthy silence. Granted, 6 seconds seemed like an eternity after my verbal diarrhea.
Are you done?
Not quite, I cringed. But go on.
I'm going to touch you now,
he said gruffly, around the time my chest stopped rising and falling like I'd just run a marathon. I felt Riggs's hands prying my fingers from my face gently. He kept my palms in his, rubbing circles with his thumb over a sensitive spot between the base of my thumb and my index finger. He waited patiently until my eyes had fluttered open. I couldn't look at him, even though he stood directly in front of me, only a couple of inches away. His body heat rolled against mine, making my skin prickle everywhere. I very maturely kept my gaze stuck on the ceiling. Riggs cupped my cheeks. My body temperature shot to a dangerous degree, and an invisible string under my belly button clenched and tightened. I had to remind myself he was just Riggs, the friendly roommate who joked about having sex with me without ever actually initiating anything. The same Riggs who didn't have a penny, didn't want children, and didn't even own a bicycle. You had a crappy day, Poppins. It happens. Bad days will keep happening. You'll just have to brush them off. He was staring into my face, and I felt more naked than I had a few moments earlier, when I was actually naked. I'm sorry I was snappy. My headache was no excuse. Now go get dressed and I'll get us tacos in the meantime. My treat. My mouth fell open. Your treat? He'd never offered to pay for anything before. I'd never even seen his wallet. Yup. But you don't pay for anything, ever. I'm a fan of trying everything at least once. Can you afford it? I demanded. I don't want you to go hungry tomorrow or something. Now that I was a little less angry about the window, I begrudgingly admitted to myself I didn't want to put him in an awkward position. What if he was skint because he was paying for huge medical bills or something? He gave me an exasperated look. I can pay for a few tacos. You sure? 83% positive. Where are the remaining 17%? On the floor. You shaved them with the razor you intended to use as a vicious weapon. All right. I reddened with mortification. Cheers, I suppose. He grabbed the key and pocketed it. This is to ensure you don't lock yourself inside for eternity, just in case. He stepped around me as he strolled to the door. Oh, and don't expect any guacamole. That stuff costs extra. Half an hour later, after I'd collected the broken glass and the remainder of my self-esteem from the floor, I was completely and blissfully dressed, eating tacos, with guacamole and queso. Riggs was apparently feeling extra generous, and sipping one of his beers. I couldn't remember the last time I'd consumed so many calories, but everything tasted so good that I couldn't even feel properly guilty about it. Can't believe you're eating carbs, Poppins. Riggs wolfed down a shrimp taco. Salsa ran down his chiseled chin. If he ate his women out like he ate his tacos, he'd most definitely be the eighth wonder of the world. Although, to be fair, I didn't need to see the way he ate to know he was a good shag. There was something wanton and blithe about Riggs that oozed mind-blowing sex and guaranteed heartbreak. I can't believe that either, I murmured, around a small piece of fish. I still hadn't looked him in the eye. Why's that? He threw a tortilla chip between his lips, chewing loudly. Were you attacked by a carb when you were young? Stabbed with a baguette? Roped to a tree with spaghetti? I giggled, surprising myself by opening up to him. I suppose it was fair that he knew why I was so horrified by the scene earlier. Growing up, I was a bit of a plump kid. I'd struggled with my weight my entire life, trying every diet under the sun, Weight Watchers, Atkins, Jenny Craig, South Beach, I admitted quietly, swirling guac from a plastic container and sucking on the pad of my thumb. I never quite managed to drop the weight, which was dreadful news for my social life, since I was already the poor kid in the posh rich school. But it was hard, with my family only able to afford frozen food from Aldi. I lived off fish and chips the first decade and a half of my life. I let loose a tense breath. The summer before I started uni, something just clicked. I managed to stay on the wagon and lose about a stone, which is enough to push me into the fit girl category. Riggs stared at me intently, waiting for me to continue. That summer was a great time to reinvent myself. Different accent, different wardrobe, different manners. That first year at uni changed me. I'd become popular for the first time in my life, or at least not unpopular. No more sticking gum in my hair, laughing at my torn shoes, pouring piss into the cracks of my locker. I licked my lips, frowning at the coffee table laden with our leftovers. I met BJ. After years of swimming against the stream, struggling to get somewhere, I felt like a wave had been carrying me to my destination. I guess I linked my trim waistline and fancy accent to my new fortune. Thus, my weight became an obsession, right along with having money. I was beginning to realise I was obsessed with shallow things because I thought they'd guarantee I could keep the important ones.
Do you think BJ wouldn't have dated you if you were a few pounds heavier?
Riggs asked seriously.
No,
I snorted out. Nor would I have expected him to. He has a certain type.
Malnourished and a doormat?
He asked wryly.
Weird taste, but to each their own, I guess.
He was quiet for a moment, before adding,
You'd look beautiful no matter your weight, just so you know.
Thank you.
It wasn't a compliment.
I felt his eyes ablaze with scorn, heating the side of my face.
It's a stated fact. And if he was too dumb not to notice...
We have no way of knowing he wouldn't have dated me. I lifted a hand up, stopping him. Remember you took the piss out of me for being a bad feminist when I said I wanted to marry BJ? Here's another something you can toss into my bad feminist pile. I'm obsessed with my weight and allow the scale to alter my mood. His eyebrows pulled together, his face clouding further. I stared down at my hands, wringing my fingers together. The engagement ring still felt weird and heavy, but it was so deliciously perfect that I was already wondering if I could buy it off Riggs when this charade was over. He needed the money, and I'd need the memory.
I don't keep tabs on your shortcomings, Duffy.
There was a beat.
And for the record, you shouldn't either. But if it's worth anything at all, seeing as it's coming from me and not from cocksucker, you will always be beautiful in my eyes. Then big and in between.
You can't possibly...
I can,
he said, cutting me off, dead serious.
I just fucking did, and meant every word of it.
Bugger off. You hate me.
I don't hate you. Up until recently, I didn't like you either, but I think I'm beginning to understand you.
I wanted very badly to laugh this moment off, but something in the intensity of his voice made me want to fall apart in his arms like a sinner pardoned. To confess to him that this was what I had always wanted to hear. That it killed me that when I'd told BJ about my weight loss when we'd first started dating, he'd responded with a callous,
"Good work, Duff. Make sure you're on top of it. You know how easy it is to pile on the pounds."
I pressed my lips, staring at the floor. My feelings were all over the place. A mixture of elation, pain, and hope.
So?
Riggs snapped us out of the moment, standing up and then gathering the rubbish on the coffee table.
What are we going to do about the fact you can no longer look me in the eye?
Don't be ridiculous, I protested, rushing up and helping him clear the table. That's not true.
Do it then.
He swiveled, crowding me with his body, his gaze drilling into my face.
Let's see.
I shifted my stare to the kitchenette, laughing. Christ, Riggs, a bit aggressive, don't you reckon?
Coward.
Give me some time, I'll get over it. I dumped our leftovers into the bin.
No, you won't. There's only one solution.
He flicked on the faucet and started doing the dishes. Kick you out of my flat? I asked, hopefully, leaning against the counter, facing him but concentrating on a spot behind his head.
I see we're still doing this thing where you pretend not to like me.
He turned off the tap and wiped his hands with a kitchen towel.
Get even.
Our bodies were angled toward one another. My heart felt like it was about to burst through my skin and roll at his feet like a stone. What did he mean by that? Even? I stared at his prominent Adam's apple. Anywhere but his eyes.
You showed me yours?
He took a step in my direction, and just like that, the oxygen had dispersed from my lungs.
It's time to show you mine.
You're... I suspected my eyebrows hit the ceiling in that moment.
If we both know what the other looks like naked, there's no awkwardness. Tit.
He pointed at my breasts. For a tap, he pointed at his knob. I could really use a rock to crawl under right now.
So what do you say?
He probed. I say no. I marched toward my room again. At least my mouth said no. Every other part of me screamed yes. When was the next time I was going to see a deity naked up close? Riggs followed me.
Too bad. It'd solve all of our problems.
Not the most pressing one, I pointed out, of you being mentally 16 and my not wanting to take advantage of a minor.
For your information, I'm mentally 18, which means I'm game in all 50 states.
I stopped in front of my bedroom, pinning him with a glare. Cheers for the offer, but I'm good.
No, you're not. What's more, you should say yes just to get out of your comfort zone. Loosen up a little.
No, thank you. I like being wound tight, I maintained, but I didn't enter my room either. Get inside, you silly cow, before he gets completely naked and you do something weird like lick his nipple.
If not for your self-growth, do it so you can shove it in BJ's face when he comes back,
Riggs coaxed, his slow, sexy smile on full display now. You really want to get naked, don't you? He put his hand on his chest.
Nudity is my passion.
Fine, I rolled my eyes. Take off your bloody clothes already.
Thought you'd never ask.
I literally wasn't asking. Oh. He tugged off his shirt and was now standing shirtless in front of me. I'd seen him shirtless before, but not this close. He was naturally smooth and cut sharper than cheddar cheese. And lickable. So incredibly lickable. I swallowed audibly.
Now off go the pants.
He hooked a thumb into the edge of his dickies.
You may want to clutch your pearls.
With one go, he took off his trousers, standing in front of me in a pair of briefs only. This sight is surely more pleasurable than watching your firstborn making their first steps. You purchased a new pair. I was openly staring at his willy now, and we both wanted it to be free. I'd never achieved this kind of intimacy with BJ. Which is a good thing. BJ is a sane, reserved man, not the lust child of Johnny Knoxville and Tarzan.
What can I say? I'm a hopeless romantic,
Riggs chuckled, and as he did, each individual muscle in his six-pack flexed.
Ready for the money shot?
I couldn't breathe and speak at the same time, so I simply nodded. He slid his briefs down inch by inch until his cock bounced out, bobbing up and down. He was hard. So hard. And beautiful. So beautiful. And I was screwed. So, well, you know the rest. It was the first time I'd found a cock to be aesthetically pleasing. Normally, they looked like inside-out socks. Riggs had a long, thick ridge, a prominent vein, and a perfect crown. He had the Rolls-Royce of knobs. 12 out of 10. Inches, probably.
You can pet him if you want,
Riggs cooed, holding himself by the root. But again, I couldn't find my voice to offer him a snarky reply. We just stood there, me staring at his member, him staring at my face. That thing should not be petted. It should be put on a leash, I finally managed.
Now you're just threatening me with a good time. Better?
He asked on a smirk, his voice raspy and thick. My eyes travelled up, meeting his. Purple on blue. I'd never had a one-night stand before. Not even a half-night stand. I'd only been with 3 men, one of them BJ. This was the first time I had genuinely contemplated such a thing. My throat tingled. I think so.
You're looking me in the eye,
he observed huskily, eyes half-lidded.
Told you it'd work.
Riggs's eyes darkened, becoming stormy and full of intent. So this was what smouldering meant. I'd always wondered while bumping into the bloody word. My body tipped forward despite my best efforts seeking his touch. Don't do it. Remember the house rules. No pets, no hookups, no fraternising with your spouse. He dipped his head, closing the distance between us. He was so close I could see the individual stubble on his jaw. His magnificent, nibble-worthy jaw. His lips nearly brushed mine. His breath of beer and cinnamon and pine tickled at the column of my neck. A kiss from him was going to annihilate every past smooch I'd ever experienced. Still, I couldn't stop what was about to happen, even if I wanted to. My body felt boneless as I melted against his broad chest and burrowed into his warmth, his steady heartbeat, his drugging scent. Show me what I've been missing all this time of being busy being a presentable, serious, marriage-worthy woman. And now, Riggs announced, suddenly ripping himself back from me at the speed of light, I'm hopping in the shower to flog the log. For the first time, he looked flushed and disoriented, not his usual playboy self. Where was the snog his body had promised me? I stumbled backward, bumping against my door. I put my hand on my cheek. It was hot enough to fry an egg on. Is that code for masturbation?
Yes, Poppins. Yes, it is. See now?
Riggs tromped around the flat and grabbed his towel from the settee.
That wasn't so hard. Fuck!
His toe smashed into the leg of the settee. I let out a surprised giggle. He was one of the most elegant creatures to grace the earth. Was he actually affected by this? By me? The thought made me flush with pleasure. I couldn't wipe the foot-long grin off my face. Everything all right? I purred.
Peachy.
He slapped the towel over his shoulder, marching to the bathroom. Nestled between his thighs was the barrel of a tank.
Never been better.
I kept gawking at the spot where he'd been long after he'd closed the bathroom door. One thing was for sure. I found my fiancé tragically attractive. There was only one thing to do. Avoid him as best I could and hope it'd all go away. Chapter 16. Duffy. Charlie was being weird during our weekly drink, which wasn't out of the ordinary. Charlie was always a bit of an oddball. It made us kindred spirits, but he never seemed so pokey before. So, you and the photographer, tell me all about it. He brought his pint of Guinness to his lips. I pouted at my extra dry martini accusingly. Didn't even like martinis. I wanted a bloody cider with a side of chips. I was just so used to being a cardboard copy of every attractive cultural cliché men were attracted to that I sometimes forgot to break character and be my true, authentic self. Nothing to tell, I said firmly, shoving away all thoughts about last night's almost kiss and my almost meltdown that followed it. Since there was plenty to tell, I decided to go with a condensed version of the truth. I trusted Charlie. We're marrying so I can stay here. There. Out in the open. That wasn't so bad, was it? Then why was pesky guilt nibbling at my gut, telling me I was a liar? Charlie gave me the flat, unnerving stare of a headmaster who's just been fed an emotional story about a dog who's eaten one's homework.
Yeah, I figured out that part pretty early on. But you guys are more than just friends, right?
Were we even friends? It was hard to categorize my relationship with Riggs. Sometimes it felt like we were an actual couple. Other times, I swore the world wasn't big enough for the two of us to coexist. I have a boyfriend, I reminded him curtly.
Ish,
he corrected, raising his Guinness in the air in a mock salute.
And let's admit it, he isn't around to fight for your affections, is he?
No. I swirled the untouched martini in my hand. I don't think he's ever given a crap, properly courted me, not taken me for granted, done any of that. The more time passed, the less I remembered BJ as a well-rounded, three-dimensional person. I couldn't explain it, really, but he was becoming more of a symbol, a prop in my seriously, and I mean seriously, messed up book. It wasn't a romance. I knew that for sure. Was it a thriller? A horror? One thing was certain. It wasn't self-help.
Now, I don't know much about relationships, Angel, but I do know this. Love isn't a privilege. It's a necessity. You're acting like you and Brendan can mend whatever's been broken, but if I'm being honest...
Charlie hitched a shoulder up, licking the Guinness's foam off his upper lip.
I think you're hedging your bet on the wrong horse.
There are no more horses in the race, I reminded him. The horse is more of a lone wolf.
There's another horse, Charlie countered.
Do you reckon? Riggs doesn't even like me. I studied Charlie acutely, desperately wanting him to dispute my theory.
Oh, he likes you. He just doesn't like coming to terms with liking you.
That is very confusing.
All matters of the heart are.
He swept a finger along the edges of his pint, hunting for foam. Charlie, don't be ridiculous. We don't fit.
That's okay.
He finished the remainder of his stout, then plucked his jacket from the back of his stool and slid into it.
You're not a pair of shoes, so that's not a requirement.
Wait, where are you going? I was still sitting in front of my lacklustre martini, avoiding my Riggs-infested flat like it was a mosquito colony I had to brave through.
Doctor's appointment.
Charlie tucked his wallet into his back pocket.
Want to come hold my hand?
Do you need me to? Even if I did want to go home, which I decidedly didn't, I wouldn't mind tugging along. Although Charlie was perfectly handsome, wildly charming and sought after, he always seemed like a tragic hero to me. Someone I wanted to shield and protect.
Nah, I'm good.
I sighed. Next week, same day, same time?
If life grants me another week, I wouldn't miss it for the world.
He winked. Rolling my eyes, I shooed him away. So dramatic, this one. You're lying. I pressed my fingers to my eyes, fighting off tears. Why would I lie about something like that? Kieran's voice drifted into my ear while we were on the phone. It's not like I have an incentive for it. I just don't see why he'd do that. Because he's a wanker, Duff. Always has been. I shook my head, even though my brother couldn't see me. This was yet another blow in my already shittylicious week of job hunting and trying to ignore my roommate/fiancé/teeny-tiny, totally minuscule crush. The same one I was going to marry in less than 3 days. After which a flurry of paperwork and bureaucracy would ensue, and I'd apply for my marriage visa. Kieran sounded like he was eating something crispy. I can forward you the email if you want. Go on then.
'Kay. Don't shoot the messenger.
I rose up to a sitting position in my bed, grabbed my Mac and turned it on. I logged straight into my email, where the forwarded email from Kieran was waiting. Forwarded message from Brendan Abbott, brenfjr333@gmail.com. Date, Friday the 20th of July. Subject, things and stuff. To Kieran Markham, KKK took my baby away @gmail.com. Kieran, my dude. Hope life's treating you well. Things over here are awesome, but I miss your sister a lot. Please don't tell her I touched base with you. Poor thing's only gonna miss me more, and between you and me, the more I have time to reflect, the more I feel like I'm ready to propose when I go back home. Anyway, I got a few questions about opening a restaurant. I know you and your stepdad have a quaint fish and chips thingy, just general questions about supply chains, contractors, staff hiring, etc. Let me know when you have a few minutes to spare. Your almost brother-in-law, lol. So, he did have access to the internet. He thought you wouldn't tell me. For some reason, this was what I chose to focus on. Not the fact that BJ was getting ready to propose. He must have been a complete idiot to think my own twin would keep secrets from me. Kieran snorted. You know we get along fine, but BJ tends to be full of himself. He's the kind of guy who thinks I won't snitch on him because we shared an eggnog one Christmas. But why would he want to open a restaurant? I asked. Listen, Duffy, something's dodgy about all this. Kieran trailed off. Makes me wonder if he's telling us the entire story about his getaway. BJ never showed any interest in opening a restaurant. He was also a horrible cook. If this was him looking for a new career direction, he clearly needed a better map. Thanks for telling me, I sniffled. Course. It just seemed odd, innit? Odd, awful, your pick. What else is new? Kieran's voice brightened, signalling he was uncomfortable with my brazen display of emotions. How's that fake fiancé of yours? Riggs? I asked, distracted. Good, last I checked. Which was a considerable time ago. I'd been avoiding him all week, but I was positive he was alive. His mess was all over my flat, serving as vital signs of life.
He's been giving me advice about my fit neighbour Shelby. I think she's thawing.
Oh, goody, I mumbled distractedly. Very nice.
I googled his name, you know. Found loads of photos he's taken. He's not a professional loser like BJ.
Quite. I was still contemplating the BJ thing. Sorry, Kieran, I gotta go. After I hung up with my brother, I paced the living room. It was Saturday morning, and the job sites wouldn't resume posting until Monday, so there was no point in checking. Thankfully, Riggs didn't sleep the night here. I knew he was hooking up with other women, because how else would you explain his night away? Not that I cared. He could shove his behemoth Willie inside whoever he liked, as long as it wasn't me. I tried lifting my spirits up by reminding myself that our City Hall appointment was in 3 bloody days, and with it, our meeting with Felicity Zimmerman, the big-shot lawyer Riggs's friend had hooked us up with.
Honey, I'm home.
The door opened, and Riggs swaggered in, looking deliciously rumpled and thoroughly fucked. Bugger. Normally I could hear him coming up the stairs and disappear into my room before he was able to chat with me. Today it was almost like he'd tiptoed his way up here. Right, because he's just been dying to talk to you. Hello, I greeted coolly. How was your night?
9 out of 10.
He sauntered over to me while I opened the fridge, about to make breakfast. He slammed it closed before I could retrieve the egg white carton.
I got a better idea.
He grinned down at me. Better than eating the most important meal of the day? I raised a sceptical eyebrow. He stank of another woman's perfume, and suddenly this lie I'd been feeding myself that I didn't care about his man-whoring ways wasn't working quite so well.
Oh, we're having breakfast.
He flung his heavy arm across my shoulder, headlocking me and kissing the crown of my head.
And just like me, it's going to be the best you've ever had.
Oh my God! Riggs! I dropped my head back, moaning a la Meg Ryan in When Harry Met Sally. I think my mouth just orgasmed. I dropped the fork I'd just sucked clean on my empty plate. This was hands down the best waffle I'd had since I moved to the States. We were at a small, unassuming diner in Park Slope. It had checked black and white floors, bright red booths and pink and blue neon lights. All the staples of an underwhelming culinary joint.
You know,
he said, elevating a thick eyebrow.
I could give the rest of you an orgasm if you...
I raised my hand. Absolutely not.
Not even as my wedding present?
He wiggled his brows rather adorably. How'd you find out about this place anyway? I circled the air with my fork. Riggs picked up his coffee and took a slow sip.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does, I insisted. I've been waffle hunting for years and suddenly you just happened to stumble upon the best waffles in the city.
Walked past it.
Coming from where? He glowered at me, clearly annoyed that I wasn't dropping it.
I stayed over with a friend.
A friend? I grinned, shimmying my shoulders. Inside, it felt like I was being knifed in the chest by every felon in the zip code. From school? Work?
A fuck buddy.
Nice that you'd think about me right after having sex with someone else. His lips twitched.
I always think about you. You're my girl, Poppins.
Despite my best efforts, I couldn't control the butterflies stretching their wings in the pit of my belly. And your fuck buddies? I asked casually, dumping too much creamer into my black coffee as a distraction. What are they?
My outlet,
he answered shortly, before flagging a waitress. She came over quickly, shooting him a flirty smile. Can I help you, handsome?
You sure can. Got any Advil?
She threw him a pout, resting her cheek against her shoulder. Sorry, but we're not supposed to give away any medication. Liability stuff. We could get sued.
I won't sue you.
He gave her his I'm about to fuck your brains out grin. The one I'd been avoiding all week. As expected, it worked like a charm. Her gaze ping-ponged between us. Doesn't your girlfriend have any? So subtle. So smooth. Quick, someone give this woman a medal for diplomacy. Well, as it turned out, I'd had enough of women trying to get a piece of what was about to be legally mine. Actually, I'm the wife. I wiggled my engagement finger, flashing Riggs's ring.
But we're getting a divorce, he hurried to say. As soon as today, seeing as wifey here is dead set on my not getting painkillers.
I could see the waitress's internal struggle before she sighed. All right, be right back. Once she was gone, I swiveled to him. Headache again? He nodded, rubbing his temples. You seem to get them a lot.
Yeah, he groaned. For a couple of years now. They keep getting worse.
And you never got it checked? I eyed his still full waffle plate. He shrugged.
1 in every 15 men has chronic migraines.
If you have to pop 15 to 20 painkillers a week, they're not just headaches. You should see a doctor.
Don't have one,
he hissed out, obviously in pain. Maybe he didn't have any health insurance. Didn't the magazine he worked for cover anything? They sounded like a bunch of twats.
Anyway,
he nodded in thanks after receiving the painkillers the waitress disposed in his hand, along with a handwritten phone number and some water.
Let's talk about something else.
Like what? I asked.
We're getting married this week.
May I? I reached over to his waffles. He nodded. I knew he wouldn't judge me for it. When I looked up at him with a mouthful of hot, fluffy waffles full of whipped cream and syrup, Riggs's eyes gleamed with joy. If this was a real wedding, who would you invite? I asked.
It is a real wedding.
He swiped his finger over his whipped cream, sucking on it.
And I invited the usual suspects, Christian, Arsène, Ira, and Winnie, maybe Alice. She's Christian's foam mommy.
Sounds delightful. What about family? I asked.
They're my family.
I mean extended one. Parents, uncles, cousins. You must have someone. I reached for his plate again, but he was quicker, switching between our plates and taking my empty one.
Nope.
His eyes caressed my face.
No relatives whatsoever. Not even a pet hamster.
How come? I remembered the off-handed way he'd told me he'd had a miserable childhood, and how I hadn't pressed for more details, and I suddenly felt terrible for being so selfishly focused on myself in that moment.
Well, I'm always on the road, so no sense in getting a pet. But hamsters specifically freak me out. They eat their young, literally.
Riggs, I chided. How come you don't have a family?
It's a long story,
he said. I've nowhere to go, I pressed.
It's depressing, too.
On a whim, I reached out, touching his palm across the table. It was the first time I'd initiated anything physical with him. I absolutely love depressing stories. They're my favourite. Remember, I'm the same person who told you I think Jane Austen should have killed off Mr. Darcy and had Elizabeth and her family join Scotland Yard and find his murderer. The same person who told you I went to school with torn clothes and empty lunch packs. Depressing life stories are my comfort zone. He hesitated, a smile on his face before dropping his head in resignation.
I'll give you the condensed, comma-free version. My very gay grandfather ran away from Scotland to San Francisco in his 20s after his Catholic family disowned him because of his sexual orientation. There he met an older man with a daughter from a previous marriage. That daughter was my mom. Elderly gentleman and my grandfather fell in love and lived together. Elderly gentleman kicked the bucket 3 years later when my mom was 14 and left pretty much everything to my granddad, daughter included. He got full custody and raised her as his. When she was 18, my mother got knocked up with my ass. The guy who impregnated her was some no-good bum, completely insignificant to this story. As soon as she pushed me out, she ran away with the asshole, and my grandfather raised me. Then, when my mom was 19, she died in a car accident. Fast forward to when I was a preteen, my grandfather died. So, yeah, basically, no family. My grandfather had friends and colleagues, but no one to step up and actually take care of me.
I stared at him, my jaw on the floor. He really didn't have anyone. No wonder he was a commitment phobe. He had no idea what it felt like to belong. And your biological dad? I managed, through a choke I hoped he didn't hear. Riggs hitched a shoulder up.
Don't even know his name.
The family in Scotland?
Can shove it.
He sat back, looking disgusted.
They sounded like assholes. When he died, they'd offered I move to Dundee with them. Thanks, but no fucking thanks. I don't have a taste for homophobia.
I'm so sorry, I said quietly. He slipped his hand from underneath mine, tipping his coffee cup in salute.
No need to be. I turned out fine, didn't I?
Yes, I said seriously, feeling my cheeks heating up. You turned out perfect.
And you?
He jerked his chin in my direction.
Who would you have invited? Other than your parents and Kieran, I mean.
My parents, who somehow hadn't heard or seen my viral proposal video before it was taken down, thank goodness. I popped a strawberry into my mouth. Most definitely, cocksucker. He smiled tightly. I didn't know why. I thought he'd be beaming that I'd used his nickname for him. And I looked up at him, taking a final stab with my fork in his waffle. Definitely, Gretchen. The day I'd dreamed about from the moment I was born, my wedding day, ended up costing $35. 46 and some change if you count the iced Americanos I'd chugged beforehand as liquid courage. The bride wore powder blue trousers from Marks and Spencer and a white Topshop blouse her stepdad got her 2 Christmases ago. The groom opted for casual black jeans and a V-neck shirt. He looked like a hunky Hollywood star, but one who was going on a vegan acai bowl run, not attending a red carpet event. Everyone in attendance was from the groom's side, highlighting just how lonely I was in this city. There were Christian and Arsène, the rich-looking blokes, as well as their wives, Aria and Winnie. No farting dog, though, thank heavens. We were all standing outside the courthouse on the stairway, slurping iced coffees, ignoring the blistering heat wave. Arsène was scowling at tourists as if they'd personally attacked him. Winnie offered me homemade wedding-themed red velvet cupcakes, and Christian and Aria periodically checked their phones, obviously disgruntled about having to unplug from their busy day to attend this sham wedding.
I still can't believe you're getting hitched. Christian side-eyed Riggs through his Ray-Ban Wayfarers. I still can't believe we're treating this mess as a real marriage, Arsène scowled, and I gathered he was the bad cop in this group's dynamics. The man picked up 2 women at the Brotherhood not even a month ago.
Jesus, Arse, Ira glowered, flicking his arm. Duffy has ears, in case you haven't noticed.
She also has a brain, Christian slid his shades off, which means she knows better than to treat this as anything more than an arrangement, right, Duffy?
I nodded numbly. My mind was reeling. Riggs had a threesome. I hated that I was letting this piece of information crawl under my skin, but I chalked it up to the fact I was getting over BJ. Emotions were obviously bleeding into one another.
Just make sure you sanitize that sofa.
Arsène shot me a glare that could freeze the Sahara Desert.
Our boy here has a piñata of STDs.
Riggs laughed, enjoying this exchange, and in that moment, on the steps of a courthouse, minutes before what was supposed to be the most important moment of my life, I got cold feet. It made no sense at all. I was the one who had begged Riggs to marry me. I couldn't help but feel deep sorrow that my marriage was being wasted on a cold-hearted Casanova who enjoyed nothing more than picking up randoms on the weekend, wasting away as an eternal bachelor. The worst part was that I couldn't undo the chain of events that was unfolding. Even if BJ did come back and propose, I would probably not accept. My life had started to fall apart like an elaborate domino display on the day he told me he was leaving, and things had been unravelling ever since. I was never going to get my perfect wedding. This was as good as it was going to get. A detached exchange of vows with a relative stranger in a courthouse. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. "Excuse me," I piped up, beginning to make my way down the stairs and onto the street. I didn't even have full control of my feet. They'd just left the premises of their own accord, as if they knew something my brain couldn't fully comprehend, that marrying this man was going to be a terrible mistake, punishable by great heartbreak. Before I knew what was happening, I was charging down the street, zipping past storefronts and commercial buildings and shoppers, my breathing laboured, my forehead dewed with sweat. Why did I want to stay in New York? I had virtually no friends here, no job, and a shoebox of a flat, and my most prized possession was a thermal laminator. I was about to round a corner when someone jerked my wrist from behind. They tugged me into an alleyway before pressing my back against the sizzling brick wall. I was crowded by a huge male body. I sucked in a breath. It was classic Duffy Markham to get robbed on the day I'd decided to ditch my sham wedding.
Out of all the crap I thought I'd have to deal with in this lifetime, a runaway bride wasn't one of them.
Riggs's beautiful face materialised an inch from mine, as close as he was the night we'd almost kissed. "Christ, Riggs!" I pushed at his chest, snarling. "You scared the hell out of me!"
"You ran away on our wedding day."
He stared at me with what almost looked like raw pain.
"A wedding day which, by the way, you blackmailed me for."
"I wasn't running," I lied haughtily. "I just needed air."
"There was a sufficient amount of air on the courthouse's stairs."
He turned to point at the direction of the courthouse.
"Same level of air as anywhere else in this city. What's going on?"
"I freaked out," I said, stuttering out the truth. He blinked at me, looking confused.
"Care to give me some more information that wasn't evident from you taking the fuck off?"
Whoa. He was pissed. I'd never seen Riggs this livid. Annoyed, yes, disinterested, plenty of times. Even when he had his headaches, he was mostly irritated. But never, ever angry. "It just dawned on me that this is my wedding day. I imagined it very differently growing up. And," I gulped down a sob, "well, there hasn't been one day in my life when I haven't thought about my wedding day. So it feels really sad that nothing about it is going to be as I planned." His frown collapsed.
"You wanted this,"
he said quietly after a pregnant silence. "I know." Tears filled my eyes. The first tear escaped before I could wipe it. It ran down my cheek. Riggs brushed it away with his thumb. The pragmatic part of me, the one who wants to marry rich, thought it was a good idea. Still think so. But I guess there's another part to me, one that loves Pride and Prejudice just the way it is. I wasn't making much sense, was I? And yet it seemed as though my future husband knew exactly what I was getting at. With a sigh, he pressed his forehead against mine, closing his eyes. I did the same, and found that I soon lost my hold on gravity with him so near. It felt like I was drifting on clouds.
"You'll still have that dream."
His thumb brushed across my cheek, back and forth in a soothing, repetitive motion.
"Just not with me."
"I know." My voice cracked.
"And if there is a God, not with cocksucker either."
I snorted out a laugh, burying my face in his shoulder. Not because I was devastated, even though I was, but because I didn't trust myself not to kiss him when he was so close. That was a whole new problem I wasn't eager to unpack. It was just that sometimes, when my eyes were closed and my heart was open, Riggs Bates felt like he was truly mine. He stroked my hair, sweeping his hot lips across my temple.
"There, Poppins. Everything will be fine. Take my word for it. I don't throw promises around very often."
I loathed that he called me Poppins. Was that all I was to him? An odd, eccentric character. We stayed like this for a few minutes, wrapped in one another, breathing each other in before Riggs's front pocket danced with an incoming call. He pulled his phone out.
"Yeah? You're going to be late to your own wedding, lovebirds," Christian's voice announced on speaker. "And not fashionably so, if I may add." "We're coming," Riggs said shortly. "Do you even have a bride anymore?" Arsene asked.
"Just barely," Riggs gritted out, giving me a look.
"You did a good job of almost scaring her away." "Not good enough, if the wedding's still on," Arsene said easily, not a hint of sorrow in his voice.
"Careful, Riggs, or I might suspect you actually want to marry me." I tried to sound casual.
"I do want to marry you."
He killed the call and glanced at me.
Emmett's going to have a really shitty time when I text him a copy of that marriage certificate.
An hour later, Riggs and I stood in front of a court clerk and exchanged our vows. Riggs's friends surrounded us in the simple, albeit offensively brown room. Our backdrop consisted of wooden walls and a judge stand. The clerk was wearing a black robe. A fairy tale wedding it was not. The clerk introduced herself as Alison. Alison was extremely nice and seemed enthusiastic about her job marrying people, which deepened my guilt, since in our situation, the bride was in love with another man's wallet and the groom was probably going to spend tonight with a different woman. Or two. "Are you lovebirds ready to get hitched?" Alison shimmied her shoulders.
Been ready my entire life for this woman,
Riggs confirmed with one of his dazzling smirks. Alison purred. His smile should 100% be outlawed. The man could knock a woman up with a smirk alone. "You're doing amazing," Winnie whispered in my ear, squeezing my hand. "God," I moaned. "Why did you say that? Do I look that frightened?" Winnie flashed a warm smile. "Just a tiny bit." What was she doing with Satan's more sadistic cousin? I wasn't sure, but props to her for taking him off the market. "You're such a beautiful couple," Alison gushed, oblivious to the farce she was becoming a part of.
"Believable, too,"
Arsène deadpanned before Winnie elbowed him in the ribs. "You may hold hands if you wish." Alison's eyes ping-ponged between us, likely puzzled by the fact I stood 6 feet away from my future husband. "No need to be shy. Many couples don't realize a courthouse wedding can be romantic too." Riggs didn't have to be asked twice. He comically flicked away Winnie's hold on me and grabbed both my hands, jolting me close. His touch was warm and dry and full of strength. I couldn't believe I was marrying the same impossibly hunky god I'd caught only a few weeks ago screwing my former boss. Gretchen seemed like a distant memory now. Alison began the ceremony with the dearly beloved speech I knew so well from the dozens of weddings I'd attended in my life back in London, before reminding us of our duties and roles in marriage. The entire time, I had an out-of-body experience. I couldn't believe my parents weren't here, that they didn't even know about the wedding. Plus, the part I had been trying to push into my unconsciousness finally reared its ugly head. I was going to be a married woman when BJ came back to New York. Our relationship was doomed from the start. Riggs threaded his fingers through mine, tickling the inside of my palms in a bewitching way that made every hair on my body stand on end. When my eyes met his, he grinned.
"Hey, kid,"
Riggs winked. My entire being somersaulted. "Hello, old man." He laughed. I ducked my head and blushed. In our periphery, Christian slapped his forehead.
"This has farce written all over it," he grimaced. "And Riggs's cum." "I believe you just lost a bet," Arsène drawled. "She seemed more level-headed last time we met her," Christian explained defensively. "No woman is immune to the charm of Riggs Bates," Arsène hissed. "He could seduce a nun in between bites on his lunch break." I was about to turn around and remind them I was literally right there, listening, when Alison decided it was time to get real. "Are you Riggs Carson Bates, free lawfully to marry Daphne Helen Marie Markham?" "I am."
"And are you Daphne Helen Marie Markham, free lawfully to marry Riggs Carson Bates?"
"Yes."
My voice came out thick and awkward. Alison smiled. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." Riggs tugged me toward him by our linked hands. Then, smoothly, so smooth I didn't realize what was happening at first, his hand wrapped around my waist and his lips locked in on mine. Unlike our subway kiss, this wasn't a peck. It was a kiss, with intention, wrath, and enough passion to burn down the entire place. His mouth opened against mine. My eyelids slid shut, and a feeling of drunken, achy euphoria took over as the tip of my husband's tongue reached to touch mine. A hot wave rocked through my body, and I clutched the lapels of his shirt while his tongue swirled around mine, circling it, rough and full of purpose. My breath hitched before I started chasing his tongue with my own. Soon, we were full-blown snogging, really kissing, and I forgot everything non-Riggs related, like time and place and myself. Goosebumps danced along my back. His long fingers laced through my hair and moved across the back of my head until he grabbed the back of my neck. He leaned in, deepening our kiss. I groaned into his mouth. He laughed into mine. Alison cleared her throat loudly, trying to bring us back to earth. Mr. and Mrs. Bates, I believe you'll have your entire lives to polish off your kissing skills. A lopsided smirk on his face, Riggs disconnected from me. So easily, so casually that I stumbled all over him. He righted me with the hand he still had on my waist.
My bad. I got a little excited.
His voice showed no trace of emotion, tightness, or elation. He seemed entirely unaffected. I blinked up at him, waiting for him to acknowledge me. Somehow, this kiss had felt real, different and wild, separate from everything I'd ever experienced. But Riggs didn't look at me at all.
See you back home, Poppins.
He gave me a half-assed hug with one hand, plastering his hot mouth to my ear as soon as Alison had left the room. With that, he turned around and walked away with his friends, leaving me feeling like I was falling into an abyss so dark and vast, I couldn't even see the sky anymore.
Chapter 17. Riggs. Riggs. Forwarded a document. Emmett. What am I looking at? Riggs. My marriage certificate. Emmett. Says here Daphne, not Desiree. Riggs. Yeah, Desiree's her nickname. Emmett. You understand what you're saying makes no sense at all? Riggs. I'm not here to make sense, Emmett. I'm here to tell you to fuck off and take your precious Alaska with you. Riggs. What? No congrats? Silence has never been this golden. Emmett. I'm still not buying it. Fuck. Fuck. My wife was a good kisser. I did not expect that. Duffy seemed like the type to be allergic to anything that smelled like fun, not to mention looked like it. Turned out, she had moves. She knew what she was doing. Or maybe it was the fact she was so young, so different from my usual hookups, that made her exotic enough for my chest to constrict when we exchanged fluids in that courtroom. Your chest did not constrict, Riggs Bates. You probably just had a minor heart attack or something. I was so disoriented with that little ping in my otherwise dormant heart that I had to pull away and stagger out of the courthouse like a drunken fool. And where did a drunken sailor end up whenever he got off a ship? That's right, the bar. Did you just abandon your wife at the altar? Arya barked out, catching up with my step as I shot out of the courthouse. I was counting on those 4-inch heels to slow her down. I didn't abandon anyone. I blasted through the courthouse's doors, seeking the nearest bar with my eyes. It was 5 o'clock somewhere. Sure as fuck not New York, but in Asia, for sure. She has things to do. What things? It was Winnie's turn to challenge me. I noticed their husbands kept their mouths shut and trailed behind us. Cowards. That was exactly why I never wanted to get married. Never mind. Out on the street now, I detected an Irish pub across the road. Immigration document stuff. That could have waited until tomorrow. I choked on a laugh. You don't know Duffy. She's not big on postponing things she wants. I wouldn't put it past her to become a naturalized citizen before dinner and the wife of a Forbes list billionaire before midnight. You were straight up rude out there, Riggs Bates, Winnie persisted, power walking to keep up with my stride. Why'd you kiss the poor child if you don't have feelings for her? I do have feelings for her, I protested, slapping the door to the pub open. I feel strongly that she's a pain in the ass. My friends wobbled behind me like baby geese. I fell on a stool at the bar and rapped the wood 3 times. Red breast, neat, make it a double. A triple might have been a better idea, actually. How much did I have to drink to rid myself of the taste of my wife? Her sweetness lingered on my mouth, and I had to remind myself she was over a decade younger. Not to mention, she'd married me so she wouldn't get deported. Not to mention, she thought I couldn't afford her. The fact she had a price tag at all should have made her undesirable to me. I tried to be good. A week ago, when we'd almost kissed in her apartment, I put a stop to it before we did something stupid. But today, when the clerk gave me the green light, and Duffy stood there with her little frown and surly pout and posh outfit and purple eyes, I couldn't help myself. I indulged. Indulged. You scorched every boundary you've ever agreed to by kissing her. Confusion and horniness gave way to anger. Did I just sexually harass my own wife? 10 seconds into our marriage? Seems that way. Arson slithered to a seat next to mine on the bar like a dark shadow. Shit. I said that out loud. You did. Christian perched on the other side of me. And that last sentence, too. I knocked back the whiskey in front of me, then motioned for a refill. Christian chuckled, shaking his head. Arya and Winnie disappeared to the restroom, probably to plot my execution. Back to the topic. You didn't sexually harass your wife, Arson murmured, then ordered a whiskey as well. The tongue thrusting was mutual, he reflected, and uncalled for. I was planning to eat today. The women joined us and ordered fruity schnapps and truffle fries. You have to go back to her. Arya put a hand on my shoulder. What you did today was lame for a 13-year-old and disastrous for a 37-year-old. She'll get over it, I said. Duffy didn't give 2 shits about me. She was still full-fledged obsessed with the idiot who left her behind. Just in case, I pulled out my phone to check if I had any missed calls or texts from her. I didn't. She was probably vomiting into a trash can this very moment, brushing her teeth with hot coal and hoping she didn't catch anything deadly. Why did you run off anyway? Christian tilted his head sideways. Because he likes her? Arson supplied. As a friend, I corrected, though I wasn't sure that was true anymore. I did like Duffy, weirdly enough, but I also wanted to fuck her. What would that be called? Marriage, you moron. Sure, Winnie said brightly. And I only liked Arson as a boss. She hated Arson when he was her boss. In fact, she ran all the way back to Tennessee when she'd worked as an actress at his theater. No, I actually do only like her as a friend. I tapered my eyes, shooting Arson a don't be a dick glare. You know my thoughts on monogamy. What I know is you've never stayed in a place long enough to get attached to anything. Arson draped an arm over Winnie's shoulder. Now that's changing, and so are you. If this is how you kiss your friends... He trailed off, his gaze drifting to the woman tucked under his arm. Stay the fuck away from my wife. An infinite number of drinks later, I decided to face the music. I was about to open the door to Duffy's building when my phone rang. It was Emmett, the world-class douchebag. Not normally my conversation partner of choice, but this was the one time I wanted to speak to him. I swiped the screen, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Emmett. I said his name in the same tone I would the word douchebag. Fine. So the wedding did happen? He huffed on the other side of the line. I'll give you that. Hello to you too. And what do you say when we wrongly accuse our employees of faking a wedding? Sorry, he grumbled. And even though my marriage wasn't real, the pleasure of seeing this fucker backing out of sending me to Alaska was very genuine. How was it? Emmett asked dispassionately. I could tell that it cost him a mental arm and a leg to call me. Great. I got to our Duffy's floor and stopped by her door. I didn't want to have my attention on anything or anyone else while I faced her. How's life at the fishbowl? Stop calling my office a fishbowl. It's not just your office, I yawned. It's any office. I like my fishbowl, he maintained. I like my freedom, I retorted. He laughed. Well, you just signed it over when you got hitched. Funny, I said dryly. Is that why you called? To congratulate me? I found it hard to believe. Actually, I called to tell you I'm still not buying your marriage, and I'll be keeping a close eye on you. I hate to be lied to. There was a pause. Also, you'll be glad to know that now that Alaska is off the table, I have a new local assignment for you. Hit me with it. Abandoned prisons. How many are there in the state of New York? 2, he answered. 1 more in New Jersey, and 1 up in Connecticut. I tried to ignore the claustrophobia tightening around my neck. I was going to stay in New York for a while. I cleared my throat. Sounds good. I'll email you the details tonight, Emmett chirped. You do that. Oh, and Riggs, we still want to meet this wife of yours. Then he added to clarify, the entire Discovery family. I smiled big, so he could hear it. She would love to see you too. Just give us a time and a place. After we finally hung up, I shoved my key into its hole. I was about to turn it when a voice stopped me. Hey, Riggs. Damn it. The one time I wanted to speak to my wife, the entire world and its uncle decided to talk to me. The one time? Really? What about the time you sneaked in on her after she ignored you after that almost kiss? You tiptoed your way upstairs so she wouldn't hear you come. It was the first and only time I'd actually contemplated fucking someone else for the entire duration of our engagement, and pathetically, I couldn't even do that. I ended up falling asleep on that chick's couch, then did the walk of shame back to the train station the next day, only to get giddy about finding Duffy tasty-looking waffles. I turned around, smiling tightly at Charlie, who exited his apartment in an Hawaiian shirt and Bermuda pants. He looked like he hadn't slept since 1995, wrinkled and worn out. Charles, my man. He advanced my way before stopping a couple feet away from me, shitting all over my personal space. Where have you been? I looked around, ruffling my hair. Just here and there. Places. You look a little drunk. Who the fuck died and made you a celebrity rehab episode? I chuckled. Nah, it's all under control. Other than his 15 heads, which were currently swimming in my vision. You good? Yes, good, he said distractedly, looking around us. Want to grab another one downstairs? Another what? I blinked. Drink? What was up with this dude? He was a grown-ass man, and not a bad-looking one. I bet he had plenty of lady friends, and buddies he could drink with. Why was he hell-bent on humping my leg? Rain check. I started swiveling back toward the door, feeling another headache forming behind my eyelids. If you could smell my last few hours on my breath, I better call it a day. He took another step in my direction, now standing uncomfortably close. I only felt comfortable being so close to people I was interested in putting my dick in. Charlie was in no danger of ever falling into that category. I have a proposition for you, he snickered awkwardly. Sorry, pal. I'm as straight as a mummy's lifeline. Did you think Charlie's eyes flared with horror. No, just no. Why, I'm offended, Charles. I put a hand to my chest. I'm sure you've seen worse-looking men. You're a handsome devil indeed. He took a step back, just in case. But I don't swing that way either. How can I help you then? I was beginning to lose my patience. He gulped, and I could tell my short attitude was making him wary.
I'm going to the British Virgin Islands next Friday for 2 weeks to scout some filming locations. Maybe hit a few waves while I'm there. I was supposed to take an old friend of mine, but her daughter gave birth 4 weeks early today. I have a spare ticket. Thought you could use a little vacay.
Was he offering me a 2-week holiday with him? Could this guy get any weirder? I could use ditching New York, but not with you. I have a busy few weeks with work. He nodded, his spine shriveling, making him a few inches shorter. I knew he didn't buy it.
That makes sense. Just thought I'd put it out there.
Thanks, though.
Yeah, sure.
He ducked toward the stairway, and I didn't know why, but I felt like the biggest pile of shit known to mankind. There was something broken about this man. What was his deal? Not your circus, not your monkeys, I reminded myself. See, this was exactly why I didn't get an apartment or stay anywhere for too long. Getting attached was inevitable. I had to physically stop myself from jogging down the stairs, having a beer with Charlie, and asking him if he was okay. Fuck, even the thought of taking him up on his offer for that trip had crossed my mind before I mentally torched it with gasoline. Resolute, I turned back to the door and threw it open. Duffy wasn't home. Wherever Duffy was, she didn't return all night. I knew, because my pathetic self decided to stay up and wait for her. I told myself it was because I was platonically worried for her. And I was. New York was a dangerous place. And who knew if she'd even made it home from the courthouse? I could have texted and asked her where she was, but I didn't. I wasn't sure if it was my desire to give her space or my need to prove to myself I didn't have feelings toward this woman. At 4 o'clock, I threw in the towel and passed out. I didn't wake up until 11. When I opened my eyes, I was still alone. Whatever you do, don't be a dick and check her bedroom. Naturally, I went ahead and checked her bedroom to see if she was there, ignoring my internal voice of conscience. In my defense, I knocked on the door for 5 minutes straight beforehand, and that voice was more of a whisper anyway. Duffy wasn't in her room, as I suspected. I contemplated calling Kieran, but then realized I might throw her entire family into the arms of hysteria when there could be a perfectly innocent reason for Duffy's absence. Maybe she went on a Tinder date and was currently having wild sex with a stranger. The thought made me want to vomit. No, it's not the thought. Just yesterday's 3 gallons of whiskey. I was beginning to suspect my inner voice was a dumbass. Proceeding to the coffee machine before calculating my next move, I noticed a handwritten note on the kitchenette counter. Naturally, it was laminated, like everything else in my wife's life. My pulse picked up as I grabbed it.
Riggs, I booked you an appointment with a neurologist. I wasn't sure what your insurance situation was, so I paid out of pocket, which means you absolutely cannot cancel, because I will murder you if you do. You need to find out what's causing your headaches. No one deserves to live with chronic pain. Get your blood work done before the appointment. Below is the number you should call for places and availability. P.S. I really do mean it. If you made me spend all this money for nothing, I will do very violent things to you. P.P.S. We're never talking about yesterday. Ever. Poppins. She paid out of pocket to get me to see a neurologist because she thought I lacked the funds? That must have been hundreds of dollars. Maybe thousands with the blood work. 2 things happened simultaneously. I felt very bad for making her spend all this money when she was unemployed, and very good because for the first time in my life, someone gave a genuine God-honest shit about me. I'd never been taken care of.
Not since my granddad passed away. And that was so long ago that I could barely remember his face. My only recollection of that period was that I wasn't as fucked up. I guess that Maya Angelou quote was true. You do tend to forget what people say or do, but you always remember how they made you feel. Duffy made me feel seen, and I cruised through my existence being the guy who slides in and out of people's lives unnoticed and unaccounted for. I staggered to the couch with the note still in my hand. Everything about it, from the fact it was laminated to the way she'd finished it off with her nickname, made me feel anger, delight, excitement, fear, courage, and this was just an incomplete list. I hadn't the greenest clue what it felt like to be loved, to be important to someone. The story of my origin, of my grandfather's origin, was my most important possession. Everything I knew about our relationship, I learned through his estate lawyer. When I turned 18 and became the beneficiary to all his wealth, I'd met with the man, and he'd filled in the blanks about my childhood. If it wasn't for this random attorney, whom I'd met at 18 in San Francisco when I was informed I was officially a billionaire, I wouldn't know about Granddad, about Scotland, about my mother being a runaway teen who cared more about the dick she was riding than her infant son. Still bitter about that, in case you were wondering. I felt my eyes burning. I was dangerously close to shedding a tear. I'd never cried before. I didn't like all these firsts I was beginning to experience under Duffy Markham's roof. You're not catching feelings. You just have cabin fever, my inner voice maintained. This time much louder. Get up and get the fuck out of this place. Go to a museum. A movie. It was a weekday, and Duffy was probably out all day, running around between job interviews. Her hunger to survive alarmed me. Her entire life was planned around finding a good job, a partner who could provide for her, and opportunities to get ahead. She wasn't ambitious. She was scared. Her past experience had left her scarred. She was hungry, even when her stomach was full. I would never know what that felt like. I hopped in the shower, put on some clothes afterward, and went downstairs. My phone pinged with an email from Emmett as I made my way to the subway. Details about the prison's assignment. I stopped in front of a diner to shoot him a quick reply. When I looked up, I noticed Charlie through the diner's window. He was sitting in one of the booths alone, frowning into his cup of coffee. He looked like a stenciled version of himself. Sunken cheeks, skin the color of chipped ice. How hadn't I picked up on that yesterday when I ran into him in the hallway? But the answer was obvious. I was too busy having a meltdown about my non-existent relationship with my fake wife. He hadn't seen me. I could atone for the way I blew him off yesterday. Walk inside, buy him a meal, ask if everything was all right. Get attached. Thing was, I was already feeling all kinds of emotions toward the woman I was living with. Adding another person to worry about was out of the question. Already I was losing my grip on my most fundamental personality trait, being a loner. With a heavy sigh and a healthy dose of self-loathing, I turned around and resumed my walk to the subway. Charlie needed help, but giving it to him just might cost me my principles.
Chapter 18. Duffy. I managed to avoid my newly wedded husband for 2 full days after our wedding. The first night, I'd phoned a friend from Cambridge who was now working at a law firm in Manhattan and suggested we grab a drink. Laura, pronounced Laura, had been trying to catch up with me for a couple of years now, ever since she'd moved to the States. I always dodged her attempts. BJ had detested her ever since she was caught doing cocaine on Cambridge's campus halfway through her law degree. After that, she quietly transferred to Durham, but she frequently visited to catch up with mates. After 5 vodka and sodas and a gossip session in which Laura brought me up to speed about all the scandals our year's alumni were up to across the pond, I confessed that I'd married an American man for a visa, that he'd kissed me, and that I was now too mortified to return to our shared flat from fear I might hump his leg. Laura was quite understanding, and once she realised I couldn't be persuaded to sleep with him, "But BJ is all the way in Nepal, and may I add, a total knobhead who isn't worth your loyalty," she let me crash at her place. 2 nights I slept on her couch before Laura decided to put her heeled foot down. "Listen here, Missy. I love you to bits, but I also want my personal space back. It's time you leave." She parked a hand on her waist, standing in the middle of her living room, the Manhattan skyline her backdrop through her floor-to-ceiling window. "Oi," I bemoaned, burying myself deeper under the throws on her settee. "You're supposed to be my support system. You dumped me and our friendship for a bloke named BJ," she reminded me, thrusting a finger my way. "You deserve no support and no system. Not to mention, I'm doing you a favour. I'm making you face the music." "Oh, but the music is rubbish." I flung the throw off me and shot up. "The music is Olivia Rodrigo bad." "You did not just diss Olivia Rodrigo under my roof." Laura held up her index. "The woman penned my favourite breakup song. I listen to it every time I dump a guy, which means several times a week." She trekked toward her kitchen, which was stark white and, well, in existence. It wasn't my measly counter with a microwave and 1 burner. "Anyway, marriage is not disposable. You're not Kim Kardashian, darling." He hasn't even texted me since he ran away from our wedding. I complained, following her to the kitchen island. "You're both emotionally 12. She threw her fridge open. "Maybe, but at least I'm chronologically closer to that age," I said, sulking. Laura rolled her eyes, producing 2 fat-free yogurts, 1 for her and 1 for me. "Old or not, you'd love to dance the horizontal tango with him." "What if I do sleep with my husband?" I nibbled on my lip. "Then I would literally cheer you on, pom-poms and all." "Laura." I grabbed the yogurt from her hand and shoved a spoonful of it into my mouth. "Even if he was my type, he is not looking for a relationship." She sighed. "Unfortunately, you will exercise perfect self-restraint. You always do." "You think?" I perked. "After he left you in that courtroom," she scrunched her nose, "I bet as soon as you see him you'll pick a fight. Now please get out of my flat. I would like to dance around naked to Olivia Rodrigo on full blast." It was in my Uber ride home when the final nail in my BJ coffin was driven into the wood. The minute I slid inside, my phone flashed with an incoming video call. For a second, my heart played Twister in my chest. Was Riggs finally checking in on me? My shoulders sagged when I saw Kieran's name on the screen. I swiped reluctantly, like it was my brother's fault he wasn't my husband. "Yes, big brother," I rolled my eyes, humouring him. But Kieran's face was as white as Mum's signature boiled chicken, and it looked like he was home, even though he was supposed to be at the chippy this time of the day. "Hey, are you alone?" He peered at me nervously, as if he could see my surroundings. "Why?" "Oh God. Shelby is not suing you for sexual harassment, is she? I told you it was a bad idea to flash her—" "What?" His eyes flared. No. This has nothing to do with Shelby. She and I are grand." "What's happening?" I scowled. "Last time you looked unsure and nervous, you shat your trousers, Kier." "First of all, it was a shart, somewhere in between, and it was a Portuguese buffet, Duffy. I needed to make sure I had a taste of everything." He scrubbed his stubble. "Oh, fuck. I do have bad news, though." "What happened?" I demanded. His eyes, purple like mine, were swimming with trepidation. "So, it's about BJ." I pressed my lips together, waiting for more. Kieran blinked rapidly. He was trying to find the right words, and I knew then that there weren't any. "Duffy, he's an idiot. What did he do?" For an unexplained reason, I was feeling much better knowing this wasn't about Kieran running into trouble.
Literally the dumbest bloke I've ever met in my life.
Kieran! My voice was tinged with edge.
Almost think it's a crime to mix our prime DNA with his if you ever get married.
Kieran! I snapped.
Okay.
He raised his hands in the air.
So, last night before I logged off for the day, I checked my laptop to see if maybe Shelby answered.
He was studying me very carefully, as if I was about to burst into flames.
She didn't, by the way, which is a whole other story. Did I tell you I spoke to Riggs about her? He rang the day after you and I had the conversation. Thought I should ask her out next time I see her at the newsagent's.
But how would I know when she... Holy ADHD, Kieran, just finish your story.
Right. Where were we?
You operating a laptop? I groaned.
Yes, so there were 8 emails from BJ.
8? My jaw dropped. BJ was a one-syllable texter. Weird, innit? He nodded.
They were all on the same thread.
Well, what did they say?
I'll just forward them to you.
My mobile pinged with an incoming email. I opened it. Forwarded message from Brendan Abbott, brenfjr333@gmail.com. Date, Wednesday, the 28th of September. Subject, where art thou? To Kieran Markham, KKK took my baby away, @gmail.com.
Kane, my dude, where are you at? I'm so drunk. Kane, you still here? Did you catch a cab back? Fuck, I fucked up, lol. I totally screwed Blondie, the girl from Finland, ha 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 ha. You were right, tits not real. Duffy can never find out. I'm legit gonna pass out, I'm so drunk. Not sure how I even managed to get it up. Call me.
Bile gathered in my throat, and my heartbeat escalated to a perilous speed. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Couldn't believe this was the person I'd spent so many years of my life with, planned to live the rest of my years with. The next email had a different timestamp, 6 hours later.
Hey, Kieran, it's BJ. I'm really sorry for the chain of emails from yesterday. That was less than a good representation of me. A friend of mine, Kane, hacked my email and started pranking people. Please don't take this seriously. Obviously, I would never do any of those things in the email. Drink excessively, cheat on Daphne, etc. I'll try to call you in a bit. BJ. Hey, Kieran, it's BJ again. Upon reflection, I'd like to come clean about something. I don't want to make this even worse by lying to you, and I know I messed up really bad. I've been vomiting all morning, and I can't stop thinking about what I did. I'm hoping we could keep this between us. I know it's a big ask, but please hear me out. I'm currently in Thailand, not Nepal, with a friend. That's why I asked you about opening a restaurant the other day. My friend Kane is wanting to open one in Koh Samui. As you probably figured out, I got you and Kane mixed up because your name starts with a K and you were the last person I emailed. We were at a party on the beach last night. Things got a little out of hand. I got really drunk. This was the first and only time I've been unfaithful to Duffy. And technically not even unfaithful because she kinda dumped me before we said goodbye in New York. I know this means little right now, considering all the lies I told her about this trip, the destination, who I was going with, and why. But please don't let this mishap taint your view of me. I've been with your sister for almost a decade and I love her. This is supposed to be my last hurrah before I ask her to marry me. It's always been just about that. Getting some fun out of my system before we both settle down. Look, I'm sure if we hop on the phone and talk, I can explain myself better. Can you please pick up? BJ. Kieran? You there? I tried calling a few times.
My eyes slammed shut, and I focused on my breathing. Somehow, in a span of a few weeks, my life had completely fallen apart. I lost my job. I lost my boyfriend. I managed to somehow marry a man-whore with commitment issues, and BJ cheated and lied to me.
Duff,
Kieran groaned, looking pained.
Please say something.
My insides singed, not with hurt as much with anger. At myself, mostly. I had no one else to blame. I'd placed my bet on a spoiled rich man I'd had little in common with, and paid a hefty price. Perhaps Riggs was right, and it was time to think about what I wanted to do instead of how I wanted to live. "I've got to go," I heard myself say. "Duffy," I hung up, turning to the Uber driver in a daze. "Can you make an unplanned stop?" His gaze swung to mine in the rearview mirror. "You'll have to get into the app and... My boyfriend of 7 years just told my brother that he slept with someone else at a beach party, even though he told me he was away helping monks in Kathmandu. How about now?" This was the part in the movie where the driver would say something like, "Girl, I've got you. Let's kick some ass." But this wasn't a movie. This was my life. So the man just suppressed an eye roll and muttered, "Yeah, that sucks, but I'll still need you to reroute your trip on the app. Just pull over right here, please." I stumbled out of the Uber, feeling raw and disoriented. I was quite a few blocks away from my flat, but if I had to sit in a confined place one more minute, I'd probably hurl myself out the window. I walked into a bodega, bought myself a bottle of vodka, wrapped it in a paper bag and started making my way home. If I drew disapproving glares from people on the street, I didn't notice. I was fully and completely dedicated to the part of the sloshed, cheated-on girlfriend. My mobile rang in my purse. I dug through it while sipping my vodka, letting the hot, burning sensation coat my throat. When I tugged my phone out and saw BJ's name on the screen, of course he'd kept his phone working this whole time, my heart didn't even miss a beat. How sad that I had spent weeks hoping and praying for him to call me while I thought he was in Nepal, and now all I could feel was reluctance to have an official breakup call. I declined the call. He called again. Bloody Kieran. He must have told BJ that I knew. I hit the decline button again. The third time, I put my phone on silent and shoved it back into my purse. Let BJ get a taste of what it felt like to be ignored. I didn't know how long it took before I was in front of my building. I felt sufficiently plastered and dissolute when I tripped up the stairs. Passing by Charlie's door, I made a mental note to check on my neighbour. I'd been so busy avoiding my new husband that I'd neglected my responsibilities, one of which was to give the lonely man some much-needed companionship. I jabbed my key 4 times into its hole before I managed to unlock the door. The lights were off. The dim, bluish light of the TV danced in the darkness. I dragged my feet across the floor, hiccuping and kicking Riggs's worn-out leather boots from my path. So he was here. Wonderful. Splendid. Better nip that conversation in the bud. "Duffy." He stood up from the couch like a pupil who'd been waiting outside the principal's office. He looked particularly dashing after not seeing him for a few consecutive hours straight. "Hey, I didn't want to bother you, but..." "Oh, bollocks!" I moaned, loudly and rather aggressively. "You just have to be gorgeous, with your bedhead and dimples and muscles and lack of shoulder hair. It's like nature didn't get the memo you're middle-aged." Riggs stared at me with confusion. Thanks?" "You're fit." I took a swig of my vodka. "And I fancy you. Why are you yelling?" He frowned. I couldn't tell for sure, but he looked a bit upset. And by a bit, I mean a lot. And by a lot, I mean immensely. His cheekbones were flushed, and his eyes were so dark they looked like an endless abyss. "Because I'm wasted," I laughed, feeling incredibly empty on the inside, the echo of my laughter bouncing in my lungs. "No shit." He gave me a slow once-over, his jaw locked. "Where have you been?" "My mate's place." "A boyfriend or a girlfriend?" "A none of your business, friend," I declared cheerfully. "Let's not pretend you're not visiting your lady friends whenever you fancy." "And you couldn't send a text? Spare a phone call? Hey, Riggs, by the way, I'm staying over with a friend, not dead, so don't send a search party. You know, like a normal person." "Why didn't you text?" I stumbled toward him, poking my finger in his chest. His nostrils flared, and his eyes tapered. "I wasn't the one who—" "Yes, you were," I said, cutting him off. "In the courthouse. You left me." Incredibly, I didn't think I was taking my BJ rage out on Riggs. I genuinely felt more hurt about my fake husband not spending time with me after our sham wedding than my real boyfriend for the last decade running off with some plastic tit Finnish girl. Or was she Swedish? Riggs looked ready to toss me out of the Empire State Building.
You can't just run off like that.
I tipped my head back and laughed. Why? You've made a career out of it. Running off is literally your entire personality.
We're not talking about me, he said tightly.
I second that statement. I took another generous gulp of vodka. We never talk about you. I don't know the first thing about you. Why all the mystery, Riggs Bates? What do you have to hide? Even though I desperately wanted to know more about him, what I really wanted right now was to unbutton his jeans, drop to my knees, and suck him off until he couldn't stop himself anymore and enjoy a round or two of his wife. Revenge sex was the best kind of sex, or so I'd been told. But Riggs didn't look sultry and turned on. He looked like he was ready to pump my stomach and send me off to a wellness centre.
Look, I owe you an apology and an explanation for what happened the day we got married.
BJ cheated on me, I said, bursting into his speech.
What?
Aren't you happy? I giggled, leaning against his body shamelessly, fingering the long column of his neck. You were right about cocksucker all along.
No, I'm not happy.
He captured my shoulders and guided me gently to the settee, where I flopped down bonelessly.
What happened?
I waved him off with a snort. Please stop pretending you care about anything or anyone. I happen to know you, Riggs Bates.
You don't know the first thing about me.
He took my shoes off, which was when I first found out I had blisters the size of my nose from wandering aimlessly through the streets of Manhattan for the past few hours.
Now spill it, Poppins.
I squinted at him, tossing my head back to bring him into focus. Do you fancy me? I asked, all of a sudden.
What?
He blinked.
Do you
fancy me? I mean, would you sleep with me given the chance? He stared at me like I'd left my faculties at Laura's. To be fair, I might have.
Why does it matter? He sneered, finally.
I climbed over his lap, resting my bum directly on his crotch. I laced my arms over his shoulders and puckered my lips, taking a stab at this whole seduction thing. It matters because I'd very much like to be shagged by you tonight. He went rigid, pinning his hands to his sides like the settee had been superglued. His breathing was laboured, and he didn't move a muscle, other than one which kept growing rapidly and thickly under my arse.
You're drunk.
His voice came back rough and sultry. You're hard.
I'm always hard,
he grunted, looking torn and miserable and, for once, not so cocky and self-assured. Well, I'm not always drunk, so we'd better go about this quickly before I come to my senses, I bantered, reaching for the hem of his shirt. He caught me by the wrist, then lifted me up and planted me back on the couch with frightening ease.
You're not yourself tonight.
Actually, I don't think I've ever been this authentic in years. I skimmed my fingers along his broad shoulders. I couldn't stop touching him. Go on, Riggs. You've shagged half this world's population. What's another notch on your belt? I leaned closer to nibble his ear, but missed the mark and instead grazed his jaw with my teeth. Riggs let out a low grumble that made his rock-hard chest flex.
Duffy.
It's our Christian duty to consummate our marriage, I urged, licking a path from his ear to his neck. He didn't stop me, but he didn't touch me either. Don't you want to secure a place in heaven?
That ship has sailed. I won't be surprised if they'll greet me with confetti in hell, Riggs drawled.
It's never too late.
Jesus, forget. I'm an atheist,
he said, cutting through my speech.
Course you are,
my sinful husband.
You're not making too much sense today, Poppins.
He inched backward away from me, but still he had that pining look of a child reluctantly turning their back on a colourful birthday cake. But what if God does exist? I reasoned, internally recognising that I was probably breaking some Guinness record at being the least attractive seductress on earth. What if he's watching us right now? What if it's a test and we're failing it? My mouth fused to his collarbone where I sucked hard.
All right. Riggs jumped up to his feet. That's enough molestation for one day. I'm not going to fuck you while you're skunk drunk. I'm not a fucked up consolation prize for cocksucker.
But Riggs! I threw my hands up in the air, whining. He jammed his feet into his boots, looking extremely pissed off.
I'm going to let you sleep this one off and never mention it again, because apparently, on top of everything else, you've turned me into a gentleman now.
Oh no, I wasn't going to let him go anywhere. He was just going to sleep with someone else. A fantastic idea sprang into my mind. Wait! I jumped to my feet, immediately regretting it. My head swam. Riggs turned back to me.
What?
I want to take you up on your offer.
What offer?
To watch porn together. He scowled.
When did I offer that?
On the subway, I smiled sunnily. That night when we dined and dashed, remember? The night he'd stood up for me. The memory made my spine tingle. Riggs swiped his tongue along his bottom lip. His throat bobbed. I could tell he was struggling to make a decision. I'm not going to regret it, I lamented. I'm even willing to sign a declaration and laminate it. Finally, a reluctant smirk tugged at his perfect lips.
You need help.
Help me then. I opened my arms. Help me discover my sexuality. BJ was terrible in bed, Riggs. Terrible. He humped me like a dog, then flopped over before I was even done, and I swear he couldn't find my clit with a map, a search party, and if there was a huge neon sign attached to it. It felt lovely saying this aloud. It might have been uncharitable and petty, but it was also something else. The truth.
What's your plan?
He arched an eyebrow. He had nice, thick eyebrows. I wanted to run my fingers over them. To screw BJ out of my system, I announced, then added, but I get that you don't want to take advantage of me, so that's why I'm willing to watch porn with you, which is technically not touching each other and therefore not exploiting.
No touching, he warned.
None whatsoever. I lifted 2 fingers in the air. Scouts' honour.
Were you ever in the Scouts?
He eyed me sceptically. No, I confessed. I was too busy studying, honing my fake accent and filling lottery tickets. We both laughed. Even though I was plastered, I did recognise the truth for what it was. I'd been attracted to Riggs from the get-go, and I wasn't going to regret the decision to sleep with him, if he was willing to go there. I waited with bated breath for his verdict. Finally, he picked up his phone from the coffee table between us.
Grab your laptop. I'm going to rock your world, Poppins.
Half an hour later, we were sitting on the settee with my laptop on Riggs's lap, balanced on his mammoth erection, watching Throbbing Hood. As far as the plot went, Throbbing Hood did not have one. But Throbbing, the hero, was a very prolific thief, in a sense that he'd already stolen 4 women from their husbands and given them all orgasms. At the same time, naturally, which meant he had to get creative with his toes. Personally, I couldn't really get the fascination. Sure, Throbbing's willy looked like a pool noodle, but everything was so manufactured, all the moans and the groans, the perfect silicone tits and the orchestrated orgasms. No rare acting talent had been wasted on this body of work. I could tell every single participant only did this for the paycheck. Which was how I found myself yawning halfway through the 30-minute movie, checking the time and wondering how many viruses were currently leaching into my laptop from the porno website. Riggs, who didn't seem too into it either, and in fact didn't seem to have breathed for the last half hour, turned to look at me.
Not your thing?
I shrugged. You really hyped it up. I thought there would be more.
More?
He seemed on edge.
What more could you want? There was enough jizz to fill an Olympic pool, and we haven't even made it to the anal beads part.
Thanks for the spoiler. I made a face. Next thing I know, you'll tell me which one of them he ends up marrying.
Marrying?
His face fell. Poppins, he's not going to marry any. Realising I was joking, he let out a gravelly, sexy laugh, shutting down the laptop. Oh no. Now, there really wasn't any chance of us doing the deed, but he was extra gorgeous now that I was mostly sober and able to fully appreciate him. "How's your head?" he murmured. "Full of depressing thoughts, but otherwise fine. How's yours?" His features softened, probably as he remembered the appointment I'd booked him. My cheeks pinked. Did he think I was in love with him or something? Because I truly wasn't. It was just a silly doctor's appointment. Anyone would have done it. It was the right thing to do. "Mine's good," he said softly. "Thanks." "You're still going to that appointment, though?" He grinned. "I see you've starting bossing me around again. You've clearly sobered up." "I've only had about half a glass, actually." Both our gazes drifted to the vodka bottle on the coffee table. Riggs nodded. "Good to have the real you back." "The real me still wants to have sex with you." His jaw constricted. "To get back a cocksucker?" I shrugged. Honestly, I wanted to have sex with Riggs simply because he was the most attractive, fascinating, thrilling man I'd ever come across, but admitting so to him was a terrible idea. He was allergic to monogamy. "Tell me, Daphne, do you think I'm some kind of party trick?" His voice was so unbearably cool that I couldn't believe it had come out of him. Icy. "What? No!" I said breathlessly. "Obviously not." "You sure about that?" "I did sleep with half the fucking universe." His voice was mocking, but his eyes were two frosty lakes of pain. "Did I offend you?" My eyebrows creased. "Riggs, even your mates—" "You're not one of my mates. You don't have the flight time and context to form an opinion about me," he said flatly. Horrified, I sat upright. "Look, I didn't mean that at all. I just wanted to convince you to sleep with me for my own pathetic, selfish reasons. I thought I was paying you a compliment. Most men would love to be known as womanizers. This is a no-strings-attached offer. We're married." I couldn't take my eyes off his. They were so stormy, and for the first time, I realised Riggs did have feelings. Loads of them, quite frankly. And nobody had really paid them any attention thus far. "Fake married," I said weakly. "Real living together." "I'm a big girl," I said, surprised by the avalanche of emotions rippling in my own chest. "And I've been good for a very long time, doing the right thing, playing by the rules." I paused. "I'm done playing the sensible go-getter role. I want to do something because I want to, not because I think it's a means to an end." "And that something is me," he finished, a sardonic smile tainting his Cupid's lips. "I'm touched, but it's a pass." There was something so final about the way he said it that I knew better than to ask again. My pride wouldn't let me. Suddenly, I was full to the brim with remorse for putting him in this position. What was I thinking? I treated him like some sort of sex machine. I nodded solemnly. "I'm sorry. No need to be. No hard feelings, yeah?" I forced myself to look up and smile at him. No hard feelings. Then, to break the tension that had built up in the room to a point there was barely any oxygen left to breathe, I announced, "Now, excuse me while I go iron my blouses. It always puts me in a grand mood." This time he didn't award me with his usual chuckle. I drifted to my room in silence, wondering at what point Riggs Bates's laughter had become my favourite soundtrack. Since I didn't have room for cutlery, let alone an ironing board, whenever I steamed my clothes, I'd do it on my bed, using a piece of tile as a buffer so as not to burn my duvet. It made ironing quite the operation, seeing as I had to bend over in an R shape to ensure my clothes were crisp and wrinkle-free. Strangely enough, I did not derive my usual pleasure from doing something that would make me appear upper class. I kept running the hot iron over the same crease on my cherry-red blouse distractedly. I managed not to think about what had happened with Riggs out there, instead refocusing on my newly found hatred toward BJ. I wondered if he'd always been a rubbish person, or if he'd sprouted privilege and brattiness in recent years when he realised I'd stick around for the perks. My guess was he'd always been a twat, and I simply looked the other way. Well, it was safe to say my nose was now deeply shoved in BJ's bad behaviour, and that no amount of wealth in the world was worth sticking to a terrible partner. I was running the iron over the crinkle in the sleeve again when I felt something hard and hot pressing between my thighs from behind. Oh no. Did I wee myself? I could swear I wasn't drunk anymore. Wait, no. It was a palm. A human palm. Riggs's palm. Oh my God. I clenched involuntarily around his hand, ribbons of warm tension uncurling beneath my navel. He cupped me from behind, and I wasn't sure if I was more confused or more hot and bothered by this surprising turn of events. I wanted to ride his hand to a climax, but stayed perfectly still, afraid it was some sort of a game or payback for my utterly selfish behaviour.
We'll be breaking the house rules.
His voice was so deep and thick it sounded like it was coming from the bottom of the ocean. I licked my lips, remembering the silly contract on our stupid fridge. We don't even live in a house, do we? It's a flat, and really, rules are born so we could break them like an artist. Or so Picasso.
This doesn't mean we're a couple,
he continued, his voice rough. His middle finger travelled up, skimming my slit through my underwear and trousers teasingly. I know, I said, my voice breaking. His finger pressed into me, bunching the fabric of my knickers between my folds. I let out a growl, dumping the iron and straightening my back. He pressed his free hand to the base of my spine, keeping me bent.
I like the view better from here,
he whispered into the shell of my ear. Riggs, how dare you? I huffed, prudishly, trying to preserve the minuscule pieces of my pride.
Easily. You're objectifying me and using me as a revenge fuck to dangle in front of your little boyfriend for when he comes back. I've seen that movie 100 times, Poppins. I'll be your leverage, your eye for an eye, and he'll have to swallow the fact I dicked you down because he's been unfaithful too. But eventually, you'll forgive each other and live miserably ever after in a big house in the burbs, complete with an au pair who looks just old enough not to be a temptation for cocksucker. He used the rest of his fingers to pry my thighs open crudely. I widened my stance without protest, even though everything he just said sounded outrageous. Maybe I won't take him back, I said. Riggs chuckled darkly. Don't write checks you aren't willing to cash. You're too enamored with the idea of being Mrs. White Bread, with the silver-spoon spawns and country club membership. I gulped, feeling both humiliated and aroused. I really wasn't going to take BJ back, but I also didn't want to discuss him at present. The thing about being bad,
Riggs leaned over, pressing his hot erection against me, his lips skating over the side of my neck,
is that it's no fun unless you own up to it. So own up to it. You're about to fuck the husband you think is a broke-ass, no-good loser, and you're doing it just so you can throw it in cocksucker's face.
I opened my mouth to protest, but nothing came out. When I didn't say anything, he snickered.
Good girl. Now we'll do it my way, because you want it not to suck, and I want to test my theory.
What theory? I finally found my voice. It sounded like there was gravel stuck in my throat. Riggs pressed his open mouth to my jawline, sending goosebumps down my spine. He gathered my hair, letting it fall on my opposite shoulder.
I want to see if corrupting the good girl really is more fun than taming a bad one.
Anxiety and heat gathered in the pit of my stomach. It was a delicious mix, expecting the unexpected, wanting to cross my own red lines, to sprint past them to the unknown, to a man I'd never consider under normal circumstances. You thought about having sex with me? I squeaked. His hard abs trembled with a chuckle against my lower back. All. He pushed his index finger deeper into me. The fucking. He sank his teeth into the flesh of my neck. Time. His hand snaked into my trousers, unbuttoning them expertly. He slid my slacks down, then my panties. I craved his kisses. The taste of him when he devoured me in the courthouse like I was his favourite dessert. With my clothes still gathered around my ankles, I stayed bent, waiting for his next move. Riggs decided to neglect my southern region, using his finger to skim the shape of my areola through my shirt. A ripple of desire blasted through me, and I pressed my heavy breast into his palm, begging for more. I didn't recognise myself in my actions, in my need for something so primal and basic. You like it? He whispered in my ear, his scent drugging me. Yeah. He grabbed the edge of my shirt, jerking it down along with my bra. My breast sprang free from its confinements. He cupped it from the bottom and pushed it toward my face. Lick. I swirled my tongue around my breast, no questions asked. He groaned behind me, and desire flooded me, making my blood sizzle inside my veins. The thought that I could make this near-perfect creature react this way made me gratified. He clutched my waist, grinding his erection along my bum, his forehead dropping to the back of my head with a sigh. Your body's too delicious to be wasted on a prick like cocksucker. Thank you, I managed, barely. It's not a compliment. It's an observation. His hand, coarse like sandpaper, slid down from my hip bone to between my legs. Never have I wanted to kiss a mouth and shut it up so equally. Just ride my fingers, and don't ruin this moment for me, Poppins. He tugged me up by my hair, plastering my back against his chest. I let out a whimper. My head dropped against his shoulder. He was still grinding against me when his thumb found my clit, swirling teasingly around it, never quite touching it. I squirmed, chasing his touch, desperate for more. Please, I moaned. Please what? His lips moved against my throat. Please, touch me there. He did. Oh, he did. My eyelids drooped, and I shuddered all over. I was close to climaxing, and I never had orgasms while having sex. It was why sex with BJ had become taxing. I considered it mandatory cardio, like Pilates. Riggs's tongue ran along the side of my neck toward my shoulder. He picked up the pace between my legs, thumbing my sensitive bud in circles, applying the perfect amount of pressure and withdrawing just when I was teetering on the edge. Of course he was better than a vibrator. I should have known. What a curse of a husband Riggs Bates was. Wrong in all the places he needed to be right. No prospects, no money, no emotions, no loyalty, and good where sin and abandon were concerned. After a few minutes, I felt my knees buckle and I released a loud sob. The pleasure was insufferable, and a wave of heat washed through me. I writhed and twisted, the sensation too much, too good, too loud. Ah! I moaned. No. Riggs moved his hand from my sex, which was still throbbing, pushing my lips open with his thumb and forcing me to taste myself. Say my name. Riggs! I panted loudly. Riggs! 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 Was I a screamer? Bugger! I muttered. I can't believe I screamed. Before I could finish the sentence, I was yanked backward and somehow found myself lying down on the floor. My turn. Riggs's face was close to mine, looming over me. My lips parted on their own accord, inviting him to kiss me. But he was already frowning at the space where our bodies would connect soon, freeing himself of his jeans. I started kicking my underwear and trousers down my ankles, eager to speed up the process. He grabbed one of my thighs and pinned me down, holding me in place. Keep 'em on. More friction. He He wanted to do it with my legs practically closed. "Would it fit, though?" I asked. I looked up from his cock, which he held in his hand. He gave me the brightest, most heartbreakingly dimpled smile. To think that this smile belonged to no one, that it had no home, no person to love it, to look forward to it at the end of the day, made me want to weep.
"It'll squeeze through."
He raised 2 fingers in the air.
"Scout's honor."
I raised an eyebrow. "Were you in the Scouts?"
"Fuck no."
He reached down to the breast he had set free earlier, scraping his teeth over my puckered nipple. I trembled. I was going to come again, and he wasn't even inside me yet. This man was going to ruin me for all others, and he bloody well knew it. Riggs reached between my legs, pushing 2 fingers, curling them to hit the spot BJ had never even attempted to find. His lips ran over my forehead, and he groaned, his breath fanning the hairs bracketing my face.
"You're so wet, Duffy."
I blushed, ducking my head. He grabbed the tip of my chin and angled me to look at him in the eye. Still, he wouldn't kiss me, and it drove me mad.
"Do you still want this?" he rasped. "It's never too late to change your mind."
"God, no." His expression hardened. "I mean, yes," I amended hysterically. "I still want it. No, I haven't changed my mind." The relief on his face made my pulse accelerate. I watched as he produced a condom from his pocket and rolled it on. Secretly, I was thankful I was on the pill. Condoms were only 98% effective, and I definitely didn't want to become a part of the statistics. Riggs reached between us, pushed my thighs open as much as he could with my trousers still at my ankles, and slid into me slowly, inch by inch. We both watched his penis disappear inside me with awe, our foreheads touching. It was the hottest thing I'd ever done with anyone in bed. Ironically, I wasn't even technically in a bed. "Oh, God!" I dropped my head back to the floor, closing my eyes. It's like watching a magician pulling ribbons from his mouth, but in reverse. "Your cock is never ending." He tipped his head back, groaning and laughing at the same time.
"You're doing good, Poppins."
I squeaked in response. I felt uncomfortably full, like I'd been stuffed to the brim. It was odd, but not unpleasant. After he was done pushing into me, he stayed still, giving me a chance to adapt.
"Told you."
His gaze trekked up my torso and landed on my eyes, a private smile on his face.
"It fits."
"Just barely," I pouted. "Well, at least it feels good." Or so I thought, because then he started moving. And it wasn't good. It was divine. He thrust once, twice, before I realised there was absolutely no connection between what BJ and I had been doing in the sheets and what was happening here. This was so good, I wanted to cry. I felt like Riggs had lit a match and incinerated the entire room. The dancing flames around us licked at my skin. My second climax arrived after 5 minutes, but I stayed on the ride for 15 more before Riggs's nostrils tightened, his jawline ticked, and he finished inside me. With his face angled up, blonde curls framing his face like a halo, his strong Roman features sharp as a blade, it was hard not to see him as a brutal temptation. This was the most deliriously satisfying sex I'd ever had, hands down. And sadly, it was also a one-off. Riggs sagged on top of me after he finished, still inside me. My gaze etched to his face, fascinated. He was the first to speak.
"Well, got it out of your system?"
He sounded blasé, and I could already see him in my head in 5 minutes, lighting himself a joint and sitting at the window overlooking the street, shirtless. Yes, thank you." He dropped a kiss on my exposed shoulder.
"Any time, wifey."
I gulped at the word. It sounded so agonizingly perfect coming from his mouth. But I knew he'd never mean it. Do you want him to mean it? You're polar opposites. You started out hating each other, and that was only a month ago. But maybe I did want it. Why should it matter that Riggs wasn't making a load of money? I could be the breadwinner. We could be happy. Too bad he'd never consider it. Poppins! He snapped his fingers in front of my eyes, and I realised he'd pulled out of me at some point during my brief visit at Fantasyland. Yes? I cleared my throat.
Why does it smell like your apartment's on fire?
I stared at him drowsily, before remembering I'd forgotten the iron on my bed while it was still working. Oh, shit! I pushed him off, bolting up to my feet. I forgot my trousers were still on and almost fell onto the bed. A bed that was likely on fire. Riggs tugged me back, pulling me to safety. He stood up. We both watched my mattress with astonishment. The iron had burned through my entire blouse's sleeve. There was a black, ashy hole that ate at most of the beautiful shirt. The heat had also passed through the board and created a dark stain on my duvet. Riggs picked up the iron, trekked over to the living room window, and flipped it over to cool down.
Hope you're not banking on it working again.
Riggs grabbed a Sharpie from the pen box on the kitchenette counter, uncapped it with his teeth, and waltzed over to the fridge, narrowing his eyes at the list we'd laminated. He then crossed one item off from it. House rules. No pets. No hookups. No fraternising with your spouse was crossed out. But rules were meant to be broken. Too bad I couldn't say the same about my heart. Chapter 19. Duffy. I woke up to the scent of something carby and sinful. Unbothered by the empty calories I'd consumed the day before in the form of vodka, my mouth began to water. I shifted in my bed. Since my duvet was half burned from last night's indiscretion, I'd slept without a blanket. I couldn't believe I'd nearly burned down my flat to have sex. Come to think of it, I couldn't believe I'd had sex. Enjoyable sex at that. Last night's events flooded back into my memory, and with them a mixture of giddy excitement and crushing dread. I'd shacked it up with my husband. My hotter-than-Hades husband. After consummating our marriage, we ordered pizza. Pizza, on a weekday, had watermelon margaritas Riggs made with jalapenos, delicious, and went to sleep in our separate beds. Well, in Riggs's case, the couch. No doubt I could have offered him my bed for the night, but I didn't want to seem needy. Plus, I didn't want him to see that as an invitation to stick his knob in me whenever he fancied, even if I did want a rerun of last night's showing. I felt like my body had been possessed by a woman who was actually capable of having fun. After I finished brushing my teeth and putting on a sensible dress, I padded to the living room, where I found a pile of fluffy and warm waffles stacked neatly on a plate on the coffee table. "My God, talk about beauty and grace," I cooed, rushing to the waffles. I grabbed the plate and brought the waffles to my nose, sniffing. "You innocent little babies, who put you here in harm's way?" Saliva gathered in my mouth. These waffles were the real deal. Where did Riggs get them? The bathroom door opened, and Riggs walked outside, looking twice as wicked as the treat I was holding.
"Finally, you're up."
He ambled over to the kitchenette, where he popped open butter and chocolate syrup. I deduced he'd bought them, since there wasn't a weapon in the world you could threaten me with to make me willingly welcome chocolate into my home.
"Hurry up, we gotta eat them before they get cold."
"Eat them?" I gasped at the blasphemy, putting the plate down before I did something stupid. "Riggs, I can't do back-to-back cheat days. We already had pizza yesterday."
"You can and you should. I checked, and there are no laws against having fun in the state of New York."
He squeezed the chocolate syrup all over the waffles.
"Besides, I've seen you naked, so I have the authority to say you can definitely afford it."
I felt myself blushing from head to toe. "I'm sorry, I appreciate the gesture, but I just can't. Where did you even buy them?"
"Buy what?"
He sat down and, using a fork and knife, cut a huge bite of waffles and chocolate for himself. "The waffles. I heard myself say, my stomach grumbling loudly.
Didn't buy them. He took the bite, chewing. Made them.
Made them?
Yup.
He popped another bite into his mouth. The bloody man was going to eat all of them before I could have a taste.
Just bought an old school waffle maker downstairs and the ingredients, easy peasy. Want to try?
He angled a forkful of goodness my way. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't, but oh, I wanted to. I bit down on my lower lip.
No, but thanks for suggesting, I mumbled.
Do you have that in English? He raised his head from the half-empty plate. I needed to work fast if I wanted a taste.
Couldn't hear you with your tongue swimming in saliva.
I opened my mouth begrudgingly. No, but thank you for the gesture.
No prob. I figured if you ate them, I'd win brownie points for best husband, and if you didn't, I could torture you by showing you what you were missing.
Knobhead, I huffed and laughed simultaneously.
Stuck up?
He said cheerfully, taking another bite. This was too much. The smell, the aesthetically pleasing golden squares, the melting butter, the chocolate, the man who ate them. Oh, fine! I plopped down next to him, prying the fork from his hand savagely. I'll try your bloody waffles. He watched me intently, a smile on his face. The bastard was gloating. I was about to stab him with the very fork I'd just pried from his fingers. I took a bite with a perfect waffle butter-chocolate ratio, then proceeded to close my eyes and moan. This was unreal. Sweet and salty in equal measures. Still hot, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. No way the man was this gorgeous, this good in bed, and knew how to make the best waffles in America. He was a weapon of mass destruction. This is awful, I cried out, taking another bite. He was full on grinning now.
Yeah, looks like you're suffering.
By that, I mean that it's delicious. Where did you learn how to make them?
Belgium.
I almost forgot he travelled the world, picking up tricks and tidbits everywhere he went for his bag of talents. Do you always learn how to cook the local food everywhere you go? He slipped an arm around my shoulder.
All I can say is, you should try my pizza.
Ugh, this man was great for my sex life and horrible for my waistline. This, I pointed with my fork, is the best waffle I've ever tasted, better than the one at that diner. What's your secret ingredient? I demanded. It's not yeasted batter. I know because I've tried. He made a zipping motion with his mouth. You're seriously not going to tell me? I thundered. So far, we'd managed not to broach the subject of us having sex. Maybe he'd forgotten about it altogether. He did seem to smoke pot quite excessively.
My waffles are my leverage. I'm not going to give it away without serious concession on your behalf.
He stood up, tracked to the kitchenette, and seized a beer from the fridge. He felt at home. He looked at home too. And that was an even bigger problem. He shut the fridge with his foot.
What's up with you? What are you doing today?
I groaned, finishing off the rest of his waffles. Looking for jobs? What else?
Didn't you say no one would consider you before you get your visa?
I nodded solemnly, running the pad of my index finger over the chocolate residue on the plate, sucking it clean. The visa. We hadn't even discussed the blasted thing since we got married, because I'd been avoiding him. Since when was I so bloody scatterbrained? I think they're worried it's going to take time. The timeline for being granted a visa can be unpredictable. Not to mention, the last place said they're interviewing to fill out the positions in the next few weeks. They can't wait 4 or 5 months. He took a pull of his beer, and I pretended not to notice he was drinking at 8:30 in the morning.
So why don't you wait it out?
I smiled calmly. That's a very good question, Riggs. The answer is because money doesn't grow on trees. At this point, I was seriously considering doing the odd admin job and getting paid under the table just to resume the money flow. I was worried about paying my rent and all the bills without a steady income. There was only so much strain I could put on my savings.
Take the day off,
he suggested unhelpfully. I can't do that, I said.
Tag along with me.
I'm sorry, did you lose your hearing in the time between now and 5 minutes ago? I frowned. I can't afford to take a day off, Riggs. I'm literally on the verge of shoe shining to keep my head above water. He looked bored with the conversation. How couldn't he understand? Clearly he was no stranger to hardship. Tell you what, he spun the beer bottle's cap on his index finger like it was a basketball. We'll make a stop at that lawyer lady's office and fill out our visa application. All I can hear is more money for me to spend. Would you stop talking about money? He asked through gritted teeth. Would you stop pretending it is not an issue for both of us? I countered. I'll pay you to spend the day with me, he snapped. Happy? I jerked back and laughed so hard my stomach hurt. Thanks for the laugh. I needed that. I stood up, carrying the plate to the sink. And for the waffles too, they were marvellous. Shall I grab ramen for dinner? My treat. His gaze followed me. I'm serious. I'll pay you to spend the day with me. I need an assistant for my discovery project. Since when do you need an assistant? I narrowed my eyes. Since today, he said grumpily. You've never needed one before. Don't question my process, he scowled. Suppressing a smile, I asked, All right, what does an assistant do for you? Please say suck me off, I thought, followed by the harrowing question, since when did I start talking like that, even in my head? Riggs rubbed his chin, mulling over the question. Carry my equipment, help me set up the lighting, serve as a placeholder when I try out different lenses. He frowned. Polish my shoes, wipe my ass, stroke my cock. As much as this assistant would like to see you for sexual harassment, I can do without the rest of this sentence, I sing-songed, rinsing the plate in the sink. How much are you paying? Not that it mattered. I wasn't in a position to negotiate. Minimum wage would be fine. Riggs slung his elbows over the counter, his body angled toward mine. What's the rate for photography assistants these days? I have no idea, I laughed. I just became one 15 seconds ago. $2,000? Flat rate for the entire day? He suggested. $2,000? I spluttered. Riggs, how are you going to come up with that kind of money? You can't even pay for the subway. I zipped it, perhaps a moment too late, seeing as he was now looking at me with an unidentified expression that made me want to swallow all my words back. It's all about money for you, isn't it? He asked quietly. I mean, isn't it to everyone? He shook his head, looking pensive. To answer your question, while I can't afford it, the company can. Discovery pays for my photography aid. It's a perk, so I'll pay you and send the bill to them. That sounded so odd. At the same time, for a reason I couldn't quite fathom, I knew Riggs was going to come up with that money. He'd never let me down before, and had always made good on his promises. Unlike BJ. Speaking of the knobhead, I could use a distraction. Working with Riggs for the day would not only be good for my wallet, but also my psyche. Besides, how bad could it be, working for the man I'd married to deceive the authorities and had had wild sex with just yesterday? What could possibly go wrong? What if the solicitor doesn't have time for us today? I asked, remembering we needed to send our application to the USCIS. He laughed sardonically. Do you know who I... Riggs stopped abruptly, clearing his throat. She will. She's a good friend of Christian's. Did he just pull the do you know who I am routine? How peculiar. He was literally... Well, I was going to say no one, but that wasn't right. It was a lot for me. So where are we off to, partner? I offered Riggs my pinky. The most romantic place in the world. He laced his pinky in mine, swinging our arms together while taking another sip of his beer. An abandoned prison. Felicity Zimmerman had a corner office in one of Manhattan's glitziest skyscrapers. She was a freakishly attractive woman in her 40s and treated us as if we were royalty. She said she'd hold our hands through the entire process, first filing for a CR1 visa and then, 2 weeks after, a green card. She went on to fill out the I-130A form with us and said she'd send it from her office and pull some strings with her friends in the immigration office. It all sounded very reassuring and terribly expensive. Felicity explained that since Riggs was the petitioner, he wouldn't have to attend the interview himself, but that it would look lovely if he accompanied me when the time came. The optics are the name of the game. She looked between us, making eye contact to ensure we were on board. And since everything you filed in your I-130A is fairly recent, establishing a strong relationship and for Mr. Bates to show up with you would put the adjudicating officer at ease, even if he won't be able to enter the actual interview.
That's fine, Riggs said. I'll make sure I'm there.
At the end of the hour, I asked Felicity how much she charged. Probably I should have begun with that question, but I didn't want to be anxious the entire meeting. 900 per hour, she smiled. Cents? I hoped. Riggs laughed. I whimpered. When we left her office, he patted my back.
Don't worry, Poppins. We'll sell your organs on the black market.
Chapter 20. Duffy. Riggs wasn't joking. Abandoned prison wasn't a euphemism for something else. It was actually where he'd taken me. Is that? My breath hitched. I put a hand to my heart, only to find it trying to drill its way out of my chest and run away, like the rest of me should. Riggs and I were upstate at the northeastern penitentiary, where he'd so far taken hundreds of pictures of eerie kitchens, exposed walls, rat-riddled corridors, and dirt roads. Now we were in a particularly small room, and I was standing in front of a funny-looking seat, running my fingers over its headrest.
An electric chair?
Riggs crouched on one knee, camera in hand, taking a picture of the chair.
Yep, that's old Sparky all right. Now get out of the frame, Poppins.
I gasped, jumping back. Bollocks! I touched it.
You do know it's not plugged in anymore, right?
He moved across the room to take a picture from a different angle. So what? I touched it, Riggs. I was hyperventilating. People died on this thing. Their eyes popped out while they were sitting here.
That's a myth, kid.
Is it, though?
They used to cover their eyes so they wouldn't roll on the floor and weird everyone out.
He snapped his gum, taking position on the other side of the room, his camera clicking away.
Besides, it's not like now that you touched it, the ghost of a gnarly-looking, executed murderer is going to chase you.
I think I'm going to throw up. I clutched my stomach.
I see a theme here, Riggs chuckled. You should get checked for reflux.
Mumbling something unintelligible toward him, I created more space between the chair and me. The chair was rooted to the floor, its red vinyl pads still pristine, in contrast to the ruins around it. Wait a minute. Red vinyl pads. It was a barber chair. I hurried to Riggs, smacking his shoulder. Said shoulder was already quivering with barely restrained laughter, making the camera shake in his hands.
You bastard! Come on. In the words of every asshole who deserves to be locked behind bars for rape, you were asking for it, he snickered, straightening.
Just like them, you deserve to be castrated. I shoved at his chest. He grabbed my wrist and kissed the inside of it, in the sensitive spot where you spritz your perfume.
That's very convenient of you, Daphne.
Daphne? Convenient how? I eyed him suspiciously.
You using the goods, then throwing them away.
He gave me his back.
Grab my backpack. Let's get more pictures of those rusty exposed pipelines. They were cool.
I grabbed his heavy backpack, trailing behind him. Riggs had put me to work in the 5 hours we'd spent together. If I thought he was going to hand me free cash because he felt bad for me, I was sorely mistaken. I set up umbrella reflectors, carried his equipment, cleared spaces he wanted to take pictures of, fetched him water, did all the driving from prison to prison, and kept a chart of all the places we'd been to, the names, the rooms, the history, everything. As we were working, I was already writing down notes about each section of the penitentiary, which Riggs could later give to his editor. To be honest, I loved doing this more than any job I'd held in the news. It wasn't glamorous, but it was fascinating. It made me rethink my entire way of operating. What if money wasn't the most important thing after all? What if it was passion for life that gave you satisfaction? There was something about capturing a moment in time, a moment you were present in that belonged uniquely to you, that called out to me. I thought about all the times I'd pulled out my album pictures from the attic to revisit my favourite memories and realised I liked timeless things. Pictures were timeless. The news? Fluid and ever-changing. The prison we were in had operated from 1842 to 1966 and housed some of the most lethal criminals and murderers in New York's history. At least 215 men had been executed here. It felt surreal to be in such a place. I hadn't felt this challenged, this alive, this acute in a long time. We were walking through a long corridor with high ceilings and cobwebs and dirt everywhere. The place looked like it was caving into itself. "Didn't you say you have a few more prisons to take photos of tomorrow?" I pried, trying to keep up with my fake husband's pace. He was still snapping his gum, flipping through the pictures on his camera without slowing down.
"Yeah, why? You in the mood to make more cash?"
I pressed my lips into a thin line. It wasn't just the money. I was genuinely having fun. 2 more grand wouldn't hurt, I admitted demurely. He laughed, slinging his camera over his shoulder.
"I bet."
I was surprised by how professional Riggs was. Ever since we started working, he had been laser-focused. He was a completely different creature and had a strong work ethic. He was serious, talented, innovative, and above all, he took really bloody good pictures. I would hang them on my wall if I could ever afford them. Well, maybe not the ones we were taking now, of rusty pipes, but still.
"Let's see how your trial run goes."
Riggs cut a corner suddenly, and I followed his lead. "Rubbish!" I cried out. "You know I'm the best employee you've ever had, possibly the only one, but also—" I sent my foot forward and suddenly felt nothing but air beneath it. We were on the 3rd floor of the building. I had a cartoon moment as I looked down beneath me and realised I was in the air. Oh shit, I'm going to die. Riggs grabbed the back of my dress quickly and pulled me with a low growl. I staggered backward and fell on my arse. Holy hell. He saved me from a sure death. One of the building's outer walls was missing.
"You okay?"
He squatted, offering me his hand. I took it, still panting. Adrenaline laced through my veins like poison, and I felt sick with fear and relief. I think so. Whoa.
"Yeah."
He glanced around us, dark fury clouding his features.
"I'm going to rip Emmett a new one for not telling me about this missing wall. You sure you weren't hurt? You took a tumble."
His hands were all over my face and shoulders, and they were shaking. Why were they shaking? And why did I find it more pleasurable than any encounter I'd had with BJ? We were standing in a tiny cell. The brick walls were completely covered in moss, and there were dozens of old, doorless laundry machines stacked in lines. But the most interesting thing was the missing wall. A part of the building had collapsed, which made for an amazing view. Endless green fields with high weeds swayed under the sun. "I'm sure." I dusted myself off. "I'm a little shocked, but I'm fine."
"Good."
He rolled his tongue over his inner cheek.
"Because you on the floor with your panties exposed brought back good memories." He grinned.
What? Oh, the night at Gretchen's. Of course. But also, Gretchen. That cow. I hadn't thought of her for so long, too busy with the fake wedding, the visa, and BJ. Had Riggs been in contact with her? He hadn't talked about her since the day at her office, but I wasn't so stupid to think they didn't sleep together anymore. Which made me queasy. Sharing a knob with Gretchen Beatty was a bitter pill to swallow.
"What's wrong, Poppins?"
Riggs peered into my face. I really had my heart on my sleeve, didn't I?
"You sure you weren't hurt?"
Yes, I wiped my forehead. Brilliant. I didn't want to ask him, but I didn't want to not ask him either. I needed to know. It was already 3 o'clock, and we still hadn't had our lunch, so I decided this was a good opportunity to redirect the subject. "I packed us some lunch," I said, perking up. "You know, because I'm the best assistant in the whole world and you should absolutely hire me tomorrow. Should we take a break?" He frowned.
"I say I need to see what you packed first. You're very good at making gross food, no offense."
I shot him a scowl. Sandwiches?
With carbs and meat and flavour? He squinted suspiciously.
A breadless lettuce sandwich for me and a normal wheat sandwich for you, with salami and cheddar and plenty of sodium and cholesterol. Riggs nodded.
You speak my love language.
But when we sat down with our sandwiches, the great vibe we had going all day was gone.
So, you planning on going back home for a visit soon? Take advantage of your vacation?
Riggs took a bite.
No.
Why? I ducked my head and blushed.
Right, money.
He said the word like it was dirty. Actually, not just money, I said. I can't leave the US while my visa application is processing. Which was a shame because I missed my family dreadfully.
Any other summer plans? He probed.
Not really. I nibbled on my iceberg lettuce, which had veggies, tofu, and quinoa inside it. I should probably start working on my contacts in the city, though, put myself out there.
Find another rich groom to lock down? He asked wryly.
I ignored his jab. Might get a facial next week. I have an unused voucher, I shrugged, staring at my food dispassionately. He scratched his head. I looked everywhere but at him. After 2 full minutes of silence, he snapped.
Okay, can you tell me what the fuck happened between my saving your ass and you acting like I pushed you to your death? Because I know you're not this boring.
How do you know? I challenged, annoyed that he'd called me out on my childish behaviour.
Because, he let out an exasperated growl, you're the only woman in the world I like to speak with, and before you call me a pig, I don't like talking to men either, so just tell me what I need to apologise for and we'll call it a fucking day. I don't want to hear about your facials.
I stared at him, miserable. I wanted to ask about Gretchen, but I knew the wrong answer would leave me agonised. BJ cheating was bad enough, but Riggs... no need to pile on the bad news. Nothing. I pursed my lips.
Spill it, or you're fired, he said with a straight face.
You can't fire me. The day's almost over.
Fine, then forget about tomorrow. I'll give the job to somebody else.
You don't know anyone else who needs the money. Oddly, his friends were really rich.
Charlie, he said.
Shoot. Charlie would love tagging along with Riggs. Double shoot. I hadn't checked on him even though I'd been meaning to. Might as well get it over with. Are you still... I gulped, buying time. He raised an eyebrow, losing patience.
Am I still what?
In touch with Gretchen. His eyebrows creased.
This is what got your panties in a twist?
I hitched a shoulder up. Let's admit it, my knickers have been twisty since last night when you refused to get rid of them. He smirked.
Jealous?
I barked out a laugh. Don't be ridiculous. My only feelings for you are fondness and friendship.
I meant of Gretchen.
He stared at me like I was insane as he took a slow bite of his sandwich. Right, of course I knew that. I smoothed my dress over my legs, thinking about it. Was I jealous of Gretchen? Or had I been? I wanted to be honest with him, with myself. And I also wanted to know the answer to that question because I never dared to ask that of myself. I think I envy her, I admitted finally. He ripped another piece of bread with his teeth.
What's the difference between jealousy and envy?
Envy builds you and jealousy destroys you. I rolled a piece of lettuce between my fingers. Envy is wanting something someone else has and being inspired by it. Jealousy is knowing you could never have it. And though they oftentimes wear similar masks, you can always tell them apart. Jealousy will be louder, unrestrained, and often public. Riggs reached to ruffle my hair. I secretly loved when he did that.
You're smart, Poppins.
I bloomed under his hooded gaze, feeling prettier and smarter than I ever had before, and wondered if this was how love felt. To feel like you completely belong and are worthy, even when showing your true self.
So that means Gretchen was jealous of you, and you were envious of Gretchen, Riggs concluded. Because what I've seen in her office was sure unrestrained and public.
What could Gretchen be jealous of? I let out a bark of a laugh. She has everything and I have nothing.
You have youth, he pointed out, and wits. You're funny, you're smart, You think on your feet, and fine, I'll give it to you. You're a great employee, and she knows that.
Maybe, I hummed. But that doesn't answer my question. Are you still in touch with her? He gave me a smart-ass smirk. No comment. I wanted to strangle him for not giving me a straight answer, but I didn't sulk and forced myself to take part in our conversation as we finished our sandwiches. So, how long have you been a mountain climber?
Mountaineer, he corrected. Since I was 18, but even before that I liked climbing shit, rooftops, trees, whatever.
You really want to die, don't you? I squeezed a pitted olive between my fingers, watching it spurting oil. He laughed.
Actually, climbing a roof when intoxicated is much more dangerous than climbing Everest with the help of oxygen bottles, a Sherpa, and months of preparation.
What's the appeal, though? I asked, genuinely wanting to know. Riggs made a shocked face.
You're asking me what the appeal is in reaching the highest point a human could set foot on?
I nodded, shrugging. I don't get it.
Well, believe it or not, I don't get the appeal in laminating supermarket lists.
He set his elbow on my knee casually, and my heart did something funny in my chest.
But seriously, I get off on the notion my body is capable of crazy shit. Mountain climbing speaks to that part of me that wants the validation that I'm Peter Pan.
Peter Pan? Forever young. I didn't say anything. I was processing when he did the impossible and actually volunteered some information on his own accord.
I climbed them all, Mount Everest, K2, Kanchenjunga.
Not all of them, I noted, remembering his inner arm tattoo. He elevated an eyebrow.
Did I leave out anything? You know that Mountain Dew isn't real, right?
Not Denali. And since mountains are measured from base to summit, Denali is technically taller than Mount Everest. Yup, this girl Googles. Watching him, I carefully added, Don't tell me you're scared of climbing Denali. Instead of taking the bait, Riggs smirked, looking proud.
You know why I didn't climb Denali?
Because you never want to visit Alaska?
10 points to the woman with the pretty purple eyes.
He grabbed the bottle of water I'd brought for him, chugging it down. Why is that? I pressed. You don't strike me as someone who's afraid of anyone or anything. What's in Alaska that makes you so terrified of visiting there? Tipping his chin up, Riggs watched me through hooded eyes. I could practically hear the wheels in his head turning. How much should he tell me? And why should he anyway? We might need that for the marriage-based immigration interview. I licked my lips, swallowing. I should know.
Why would they care that I've never visited Alaska? He frowned.
Because, I laughed nervously, they'll see that you've climbed all the other mountains, your name is on the internet, you've done interviews. They'd want to know if you confided in me, your loving wife. It sounded like such a fantastically daft excuse, even to my own ears. And still, Riggs looked like he was torn between talking about it and shutting me down. I waited quietly, holding my breath. I didn't know why it was so important for me to hear his Alaska story. Maybe because I knew, deep down, that he'd never shared it with anyone else.
Guess it all boils down to mommy issues.
He sighed, kicking back on his elbows, stretching his long legs. I thought your mum was from San Francisco, I asked, tentatively.
She was. She died in Alaska, though.
There was a pause in which I could see him physically struggling to push the words out of his mouth.
Alaska was the last place she'd run to after my grandfather told her to get her shit together and take care of me. Her no-good boyfriend was there, so that's where she went. Apparently, once she got there, she found nameless boyfriend in a compromising position with a teeny bopper who wasn't her and lost her shit. She stole his pickup truck and drove off. Wanted to stick it to him, I guess.
A bitter smile marred his beautiful face. A terrible feeling crept over me, and I couldn't help but flinch, my muscles stiff, as I braced myself for what he was about to tell me.
She might have been drunk or something, though they never found anything in her system.
Riggs clucked his tongue.
Or maybe she committed suicide. Who the hell knows? All I know is that she drove herself right off the road with complete disregard for who she left behind. The bottom line is, Alaska made me an orphan, Not just a kid with troubled parents, a straight-up orphan, and irrational or not, I refuse to set foot in it.
I don't think it's irrational, I said quietly, drawing circles with my fingers over the dust on the exposed concrete. I think you're protecting yourself. That's smart. He tipped his head back and closed his eyes. I stared at him, mesmerized. But maybe you're not an orphan after all, I heard myself say. Did you ever try to find your father? His eyes snapped open.
Shouldn't he be the one to try to find me?
Ideally, I admitted. But we don't live in an ideal world.
Ideally, he's currently 6 feet under.
It wasn't his fault that she died. My voice was so quiet I was surprised he heard me.
Maybe.
His elbow was still on my knee, and his fingers tapped my leg absent-mindedly.
But it was his fault she ran away. He was a cheater. That's why I'm not big on relationships. I don't want to cheat and don't want to be cheated on.
His words singed a path into my heart. His reasons for never wanting to settle down were all serious, thought through and meticulous. That was enough to warn me against developing any kind of feelings for him. He wasn't going to change his mind. But the need to make him feel better took over every cell in my body. I couldn't bear the idea that he was unhappy. I rolled onto my side. My bare knees hit the gravel and dust on the floor. I pushed my palms against the ground and crawled into his lap. "Riggs," I whispered. He didn't answer, his eyes closed. The heat of his body rolled off his skin. Hesitantly, I pressed my hand to his stubbled cheek. It felt like the roles were reversed. A girl warrior saving a sleeping beauty of a prince. "Riggs." I let my fingers skim over his face, run over the sharp angles of his cheekbones, trace the shape of his lips. "I know you're awake."
"Stop touching me,"
he answered gruffly. Instead of feeling hurt and disappointed, I smiled. "Why?"
"Because you're making me want to bump uglies again, and apparently yesterday was a one-off."
I was glad his eyes were still closed. It spared me the embarrassment of being seen as red as a beet. "It doesn't have to be a one-off." I could barely hear my own voice. He popped his eyes open. He had that sultry James Dean look, a moment before he crushed your heart into fine sand. "I'm the same," I admitted quietly. "Well, not the same. I do have a family. I'm very lucky and grateful for that. But my issues stem from the same dark place yours do. My biological father left us when Kieran and I were 3, just buggered off to an unspecified place in the world with his new girlfriend. One day he just wasn't there anymore. Cell phone changed, no trace. Mind you, he was still married to Mum, which made her getting a divorce quite a pricey and long process. I don't know what would have happened if she hadn't met him. We wouldn't have survived." I pursed my lips, realising I hadn't admitted this to anyone before, not even to BJ. Not even Kieran. In the years before Tim, we couldn't afford electricity. We could barely afford bread. Kieran and I would sleep huddled together long after it was appropriate just to keep each other warm during the winters. People at school would throw sandwiches at me because I didn't bring a lunchbox. Sometimes I was desperate enough to go back and pick some of them up and eat them in secret in the loo. I always blamed him, though. My dad. I inhaled deeply, trying to stop myself from shaking. When Tim entered the picture, things began to change. We're doing a lot better now, but I think the damage has been done. I have daddy issues. Maybe that's why I accept BJ. I think deep down I've come to the realisation that if I cannot have the security of being loved unconditionally by a man, at least I should marry one who'd make sure I'd never be like my mum, merely scraping by, counting the pennies every week before she went to the shops. Riggs stared at me, looking both sexy and contemplative. After a long silence, he reached to tuck a flyaway behind my ear.
"Thank you for sharing this with me."
His voice was rough with emotions. I smiled. I'm better now, even though I'm a gold digger.
"I'm better too,"
he assured me.
"Even though I'll never fall in love, have children, do the whole mundane life shit."
"What are you thinking about?" I let my fingers travel down his chest.
"I'm thinking..."
He bit his inner cheek, his eyes becoming smouldering in a nanosecond.
"Why is the objective of golf playing the least amount of golf? Doesn't it defeat the purpose of golfing?"
What? My fingers stopped moving across his chest, and I blinked in confusion. To my expression, he threw his head back and laughed. I started laughing too. "You're such an idiot," I murmured.
To answer your question, he rearranged himself while I was still atop him. "I'm wondering what you taste like."
"You already know what I taste like, silly."
"No."
His gaze travelled down between my thighs.
"Not in the way I want to."
"Oh," I said.
2 O's.
He winked, then took my hand and put it on his hard-on through his pants.
Guaranteed.
He crashed his mouth against mine, thrusting his tongue between my lips. He knocked the oxygen out of me, and I had no choice but to surrender, my toes curling in my sandals as he deepened the kiss, conquering every part of my mouth while flipping our positions, with him towering over me again and me pinned on the ground beneath him. There was something almost punishing about the intensity of that kiss, of his weight pressing against mine, like I'd pried his secret out of him, and now I needed to pay. Reaching down, he grabbed my arse cheeks and pressed my core against his erection, releasing a feral growl. This was divine torture.
"Riggs!"
I was about to give him the okay to ravish me to a point of extinction when he dragged his hard-on against me, making my entire body clench in anticipation. My clit throbbed. I didn't understand it. We'd touched for an entirety of 80 seconds, and I was already so close to the edge.
"Ah!"
I let my head drop to the floor, not caring about how filthy it was.
"Please suck at oral. I cannot afford to be married to a sex legend."
His muffled chuckles reverberated inside my body as his mouth moved slowly from my neck south.
"You're the best thing to happen to me this year, Poppins."
I wished he hadn't said that, because my systems were crashing all over to this statement. Moving from, goodness, he really likes me, to just this year, how seasonal, how small, how insignificant. Before I could dwell on his last sentence, his mouth clamped onto one of my tits through my dress and bra, creating a warm, wet stain that engulfed it. I shivered, lust coursing through me. The pleasure was unbearable, and it built up even more when his hot mouth moved across my dress farther down, leaving damp, hot kisses I could feel through the fabric. Then he did something terrible and decided to focus on kissing my hip bone again and again and again. I wriggled and wailed, thrusting my groin up toward his face savagely. I'd never realized how sensitive that region of my body was. Each time his tongue swirled around my hip bone teasingly, I giggled, feeling a wetness pooling in my knickers.
"Please, just stop."
My teeth sank into my lower lip. He stopped immediately, raising his head to look at me.
"What do you think you're doing?"
I barked.
"You told me to stop,"
he smirked.
"Oh my God, continue."
"Getting mixed signals over here." I took his hand and brazenly shoved it between my legs. Even through my knickers, my body gave a clear message.
"I'm ready for the final act."
"You're really bossy for an employee. You know that?" Riggs finally decided to put me out of my misery, flipping the hem of my dress up and reaching to stroke me through my underwear.
"I'm not wearing my employee hat,"
I informed him, pressing against his hand, begging for more friction. "I'm wearing my wife hat."
"Well, Mrs. Bates."
He tugged my knickers to one side, the tip of his index finger tracing my opening, deliciously slow.
"You may leave your metaphorical hat, but all the other clothing items I'm getting rid of."
He pushed my dress all the way up my neck and released my breasts from my bra without removing it, pushing it down. He dipped his head between my legs and, with my panties still drawn to one side, had his first taste of me. I shuddered all over.
"Had I known sex could be this way, I'd actually give it a real go."
Riggs bit and nibbled, licked and stroked, but completely ignored my clit. I took it to mean he wanted to spare both of us the embarrassment of my reaching an orgasm before the event even started. But this was almost worse. The bringing me to the edge only to pull me away was horrible. It was surreal. watching his blonde head between my legs and the backdrop of a summer field overlooking the abandoned prison we were in. I realised that one day I was going to remember this moment, replay it in my head countless times as one of my sweetest, most cherished and joyful moments. I couldn't, for the life of me, think of one moment with BJ that could compete with the total bliss I was feeling right now.
Sorry,
Riggs groaned between my legs, his hands hiking up to catch my waist and pin me down so I couldn't fidget.
Sorry for what?
I mumbled, confused.
I can no longer not pay attention to this beautiful clit of yours.
His lips closed down on my clit, and he sucked on it hard before using the tip of his tongue to stroke it. I fell apart. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. The sheer pleasure was so foreign, so potent, I thought I might expire in his hands. Death by an orgasm. Not the most elegant way to go, but a lovely one nonetheless. After my climax had subsided, Riggs fell next to me like a heavy beast, our shoulders brushing. I turned to him, grinning. My turn. He shook his head.
I hate reciprocated oral sex. The second one to give the goods always does it out of obligation.
I frowned. That's not true. I want to do that. I've been wanting to do that since. I hesitated. Riggs stared at me intently. Since I first saw you, I admitted. Oh, blast it, I said it out loud, didn't I?
You did, he confirmed. And I believe you, but now's not a good time.
When then?
Surprise me. I'm not short of morning wood, and you're not short of waking up way too damn early.
10 minutes later, we were already up and on our feet and dressed. The space between my thighs was still throbbing and pulsating.
Grab the gear. We're out of here,
Riggs said, heading out through the laundry room like he hadn't just served me with the best oral sex of my life. I followed him, watching his muscular back and his lithe movements. Guess we were back to being an employer and an employee.
Poppins?
He asked, his back still to me.
Yeah? I'm not in touch with Gretchen. Haven't been since that day in her office. Stopped taking her calls.
How come? My heart beat so hard I could swear it was bruised and mangled in my chest. Riggs didn't turn to look at me or break his stride.
Nobody says things like that to my wife and keeps their teeth to repeat them.
He pulled the door open for me.
Since they cost a fortune at the dentist, I spared her teeth, but I'm done picking up her calls.
Undiluted pride filled my chest, spreading to other organs in my body. Or maybe it wasn't pride. Maybe it was something much more dangerous. Something that I didn't want to think about. Something I had never felt in my entire life. By the time we got back into the city, it was already late in the evening. The sun hung low, grazing the skyscrapers. Riggs and I lazed to our front door. I was exhausted. I couldn't remember the last time my limbs had felt so deliciously sore.
Please tell me you're too pooped to make a salad smoothie or whatever and that we can just order in.
He pushed the door open for me with his shoulder. I sighed. You're a bad influence.
The good one is boring, so don't pretend like you weren't having fun.
We took the stairs up side by side, even though the stairway was narrow. He slowed down to my pace. Fine, I bit out. As long as it's Thai.
Fuck Thai.
He took his equipment from me, probably realising I was about to drop and break it. We had that last week. Let's try the kebab shop down the street. I don't eat kebab, I informed him. Or any other fatty meat.
But you just said earlier you wanted to blow me.
I swatted his shoulder on autopilot. We had routines now. That was terrifying. Riggs laughed, but when we rounded the stairway to our floor, the laughter died in his throat. We both halted. Charlie was in the hallway, trying to pick a lock. Our lock. Charlie? I frowned. You all right, mate?
Yeah.
Charlie, big, tall, handsome, movie star lookalike Charlie, spun slowly on his heel, looking left and right. More than anything, looking confused. I think I forgot my key.
And your door,
Riggs muttered under his breath. Aloud, he said, "Let's track your last steps. Where'd you come from just now?" "The diner, I think," Charlie grimaced. "Or was it yesterday?" Riggs and I turned to each other. What was going on? Charlie didn't look drunk and didn't smell drunk. This seemed more like an episode of sorts. "Charlie," I said softly, stepping forward, "I think you've got the wrong door." He whipped his head toward my door and scratched his head. "Huh. Right. Mine says 24, not 22. "We can call a locksmith," I suggested. "I don't have anything on me," Charlie said, patting his front pockets. "No ID, no wallet." My gaze instinctively dropped down to said pockets, and I let out a gasp, slapping my mouth. There was a large round stain around his groin area. He'd soiled himself. This vital, handsome, grown man, who wasn't intoxicated or impaired in any way I could see, had peed himself. Riggs must have seen the same thing because he made his way toward us quickly, inserting himself as a buffer between Charlie and me, like the sweet man could ever hurt me.
"Why don't you head inside, Poppins? I'll join you in a second."
My eyes snapped from Charlie's pants to my husband. My mouth was still agape. He said he doesn't have any docs on him, no wallet. A locksmith won't open the door for him."
"I'm not calling a locksmith," Riggs said dryly.
Was he going to break into Charlie's flat? That was a terrible idea. Charlie was renting like me. "Riggs, you can't," I started, then saw the resolute look on his face. My shoulders sagged. "I'll be inside."
"Thank you,"
they both said in harmony. Same tone, same voice, same low rumble. I turned to look at them again, blinking, and suddenly I saw something very horrible and potentially very destructive, and also improbable. You've watched too many soap operas. Stars do not align this way in real life. Only this wouldn't be a case of stars aligning, more like a supernova full of explosions and multiple casualties. "Well," Riggs grumbled in frustration, no doubt eager to help Charlie without my watchful eye. "Right, I'm leaving." I closed the door to my flat behind me and plastered my back against it, panting, reeling from my new discovery.
Chapter 21. Riggs. Knocking down Charlie's door was the easy part. I didn't even need momentum for it. A front kick did the trick, and I got to feel like Kaio the Enforcer. Figuring out what had made him all confused and try to unlock our door and piss his pants was the impossible part. "Hey, Charles, did you have a little drink today?" I asked, strolling into his minuscule apartment, assisting him by the elbow. He shook his head.
"No, not in the last few days."
Ah, fuck. It would have been great if he was just a sloppy drunk. "Let me grab you some water and Advil. Be right back." I set him on his couch. His place was actually decent, in a Manhattan shithole standards kind of way. Lots of interesting geography and history books, cool art, shit he'd obviously collected from around the world. The sort of place I would have had I not been allergic to routine.
"Sure. Thanks,"
Charlie sat on his couch and stared at his hands, elbows propped on his knees. I stalked to his bathroom, straight to the medicine cabinet. This wasn't about getting him a painkiller. It was about digging through his crap and figuring out what kind of pills he was taking. Maybe he'd skipped a few, and that's what had caused this episode. In his bathroom, I went through his medicine cabinet. Xenazine, Zyprexa, Klonopin. I'd never heard of those before. I needed to get him that Advil before he started wondering if I was taking a shit, and then a shower right afterward. I emerged back with 2 Advil and some water. Charlie gulped everything down. He stayed silent for a while. I thought about helping him to a shower, but then concluded he'd just be embarrassed if I offered. Best to ignore the stain between us. A stain, by the way, that must have been itchy and was starting to smell now. "Is there anyone I can call?" I sat on a recliner opposite him. He shook his head.
"Nope, I have no one. How pathetic is that?"
Stop with the self-pity, Charlie. It was like looking at a mirror 30 years from now. I didn't like what I was seeing.
I don't pity myself, he smiled. I deserve to be alone.
Despite telling myself I didn't give a shit, I did stay with Charlie for a couple of hours. I fixed him a bowl of cereal and some coffee, wrote down my number and stuck it on his fridge, then cleaned the place a little so he wouldn't have to. Do you need anything else before I go? I stood in the doorway. Truth was, I wanted to get back to Duffy as soon as I could and check on her. She liked the old man, and she'd seemed distraught to see him this way. It was grossly inconvenient that the wife I told myself was a shallow, money-grabbing stuck-up could feel so deeply for her old neighbor.
No, Charlie said. You've already done more than I'll deserve.
Jesus, Charles. Dramatic much? You didn't kill my cat. I closed the door behind me and shook my head. Asshole was too sentimental for his own good. I checked in on Charlie in the days after the hallway incident. He seemed off, but not off enough that he was pissing his pants or forgetting where he lived. Still, he was irritable and pensive, which worried my ass. Was it time to step up and actually do something for someone else? The thought made me nauseous. At the same time, the temptation to offer him help had never been greater. Stupid fucking heart. It had been dormant for nearly 40 years, and all of a sudden decided to beat for all the strays in New York. Donating handsome amounts of money annually to charities and getting tax relief for it was so much more convenient. I wanted to get back to doing that. Speaking of strays, I had another hot issue on my hand, namely Duffy. I ended up hiring my wife for 3 more days, a gesture of goodwill I had never previously made before. If Duffy suspected the post wasn't real, she didn't say anything. I paid her in cash, since she couldn't technically work. And while it was laughable that Discovery would ever fund me a $2,000 a day assistant, she didn't know $2,000 was the kind of money my 80th butler could wipe his ass with, if I wished to have one. She clearly needed the money, and I was clearly so pussy-whipped that I saw fit to start paying her for simply existing. Duffy was actually a good employee, even though I had to pull tasks out of my ass to keep her busy. Ever since that first time in her room, where we'd almost burned down the building, all I could do and or think about was putting my penis in any hole in her body that was willing to accept me. We'd been going at it like rabbits. In the apartment, in abandoned prisons, in the rental car to and from those prisons. A small part of me wanted to take her places. Restaurants, the movies, picnics, vacations. Just so we could screw there, but that was treading too closely to real relationship territory, and apparently falling in bed with her hadn't robbed me of all my gray matter. Just 99% of it. Chapter 22. Riggs. How do I look? Duffy marched out of her room, wrapped in one of her dresses. It killed me to see her hiding those curves in ruffled blouses and weird-ass frocks more fit for a runway. And I'm not talking a Victoria's Secret runway. I'm talking the designer shit I used to see when I accidentally landed on the Fashion Channel in the middle of the night as a teenager, while I was high, hoping to catch a nip slip. The kind of weird, asymmetrical, sharp-edged dresses that made you wonder how much pot the designer had been smoking prior to sending out their sketches. Couldn't she fill her closet with pencil skirts and edible thongs? What kind of gold digger was she? A terrible one, obviously. But she twirled in her tiny living room, looking hopeful, and I refused to kill her vibe. Yeah, the dress is very... I cleared my throat. Dressy. I was slung on the couch, stroking my dick through my briefs. I was still crashing on the sofa, which worked well for both of us, because it made us remember there was a red line made out of fucking lava, and we were both unauthorized to cross it. Where are you off to today? The social circle. She bit her lip nervously, her purple eyes glittering. It's an exclusive social club for the rich and famous. They're looking for an assistant manager. Great salary. Superb benefits. And of course, this is the playground for the kind of men I want to bag, so cocksucker could finally be out of the picture. They'll love you, I said, and meant it, still touching my cock, in case she noticed and wanted to go for a joystick ride before the job interview. You're hardworking, highly motivated, not to mention fucking stunning. Most places just can't sponsor you at a moment's notice. I know, she sighed, then walked over to the shoe rack and pulled out a pair of heels. It's so bloody frustrating. The offer to have her work for me full-time was on the tip of my tongue, especially now, when she was shopping for her next meal ticket. I'd be able to pay her under the table, take her with me around the world, fuck her, and work. A quadruple win in my books, and a pretty sweet arrangement altogether. The only thing stopping me from doing so was the knowledge I was going to get bored with her in a few weeks, max. I always did. Good thing Duffy didn't expect anything from me. When we weren't working together or screwing each other, we were just roommates who got along well. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, she blew out air. Wish me luck. Never mind. I shook my head. It'd be a nightmare to nail you. Best of luck. She rolled her eyes, grabbed her purse, and swatted my shoulder with it. Check on Charlie, will you? Groaning, I peeled myself off the couch and wobbled to the fridge. Sure, why not? It's not like I have a job to do. Has Emmett said anything about the pictures? She twisted her head to follow me while I opened the fridge. Yeah. I took out the milk and guzzled it straight from the carton. Well? Her purple eyes lit up. I loved that she honestly cared. That they were perfect. I wiped my mouth with my arm before returning the milk to the fridge. But now I need something else to keep me busy. I'm feeling claustrophobic. He'll give you another project soon. Her face was a vision of sympathy and hopefulness. And soon, this will all be over, and you can go back to traveling the world. With Duffy out of the apartment, I had plenty of time to burn. I went downstairs and did some grocery shopping for that high-maintenance neighbor of ours and tried to ignore my traveling itch. The only way to scratch it was to board a plane and get the hell out of here. But I promised Duffy I'd be here to help her with the visa application. Responsibility sucked balls. On my way back to the building, I stopped by a diner and grabbed Charlie some coffee and apple pie. Then I went up to check on the old man. I knocked on his door, feeling like a fucking sitcom character from the 70s. Neighborly visits didn't exactly scream the rock star life. He didn't answer. It was possible he'd gone out somewhere. But it's also possible he's bit the dust. Stifling a grunt, I rapped on his door again. Charlie, it's Riggs. Answer. Nothing. It wasn't like Charlie, who usually fell all over himself when I visited like I was the Pope or something. I punched the doorbell, growing both uneasy and pissy with myself for giving two shits about this whole thing. Open up, Charles, or I'm kicking this door down. Gotta keep the tradition alive. It seemed like half my time in this building was spent tearing doors down and then paying to put them back up. Was there an Olympic sport for that kind of thing? When there was still no answer, I let go of the paper bags, took a step back, angled my shoulder, and smashed against it. The flimsy door flew open. I stepped over the brown bags I'd left on the floor earlier and waltzed inside. It had only been 12 hours since I'd last checked on him, and the place reeked. Oh, fuck. If he died, I was going to be stuck here forever answering police questions. I looked around, relieved to see that the sulfur smell was coming from boiled eggs he left on the counter, and not his decomposing body. Charlie? I asked, moving around the apartment. It was bigger than Duffy's, but still small enough to cover in less than 2 minutes. You sick fuck. Who boils eggs and keeps them on the counter? I walked into his bedroom. Empty. I dashed to the bathroom and opened the door. Something hard and heavy pressed against it from the other side, making it difficult to open all the way. Shit. Carefully, I squeezed through the gap in the door before stepping over a... What the hell was it? A leg. I glanced down. Charlie was lying on the floor, his eyes closed, his arms spread like he was making a snow angel. He looked young and old at the same time. If he kicked the bucket, Duffy was going to be really sad. And to be honest, I would be too. I crouched down and ran my fingers under his nose. His hot breath fanned over them, faint, but there. I let out a sigh of relief. I fished out my cell phone and shook my head. You're lucky I'm calling an ambulance and not the police. I would have killed you twice over if you'd messed up my day like that. The next hour moved fast. Charlie was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. He was still unconscious, and the paramedics told me they weren't authorized to give me any information about his health, since I wasn't next of kin, but that I could visit him once he was in the books. They also said I did the right thing. Like there was anything else to do when you find your neighbor unconscious on the floor. I shot Duffy a message informing her about what happened, then proceeded to the Brotherhood. The good thing about this bar was that it opened at noon, which made getting trashed not only easy, but legitimized. I was well into my third drink when my phone buzzed with an incoming call. I fished it out of my pocket and frowned. Gretchen's name flashed on the screen. I couldn't ignore her for eternity, because maturity or something. Plus, I had a thing or two to say to her. "Hey, Rix." She sounded like a bundle of sunshine, like we hadn't parted ways with me being pushed to marry her assistant, who she then humiliated on their last day at the office. "How have you been, hon?" "Did you have a personality implant last time you went for a lipo?" I leaned against the bar squinting. "You sound happy?" she chirped. "Nice," I corrected. "Isn't that a good thing?" It appeared like she was driving. Or more likely, being driven. "No." I picked up my beer and brought it to my lips. "I enjoyed your wrath in bed, and never stayed long enough for the conversation." She let out a shrill laugh. "I swear, the things that come out of your mouth." "The things that get into yours," I retorted. That made her laughter die. "Where are you?" "My usual spot." She knew about the Brotherhood because, before she moved to D.C., every time I was in New York we had an arrangement. We'd meet here and then go to her apartment. "Great. I'm on my way." She hung up. She was in New York? What happened to D.C.? Maybe POTUS had realized she had a radioactive personality and an attitude to match. 10 minutes later, Gretchen was sitting next to me in the Brotherhood, looking like the bombshell I'd enjoyed so much over the years. Interestingly enough, she did nothing for me now. "I thought you were in D.C., I said, wondering if my dick was broken. Gretchen never failed to make me hard. There was something about her unapologetic ruthlessness and 6 hit workouts a week that spoke directly to my cock, which was an avid listener. "I am?" She turned toward me, flashing some serious leg through her gray pencil skirt. She had that whole sexy secretary look down to a T. "Aren't you going to ask how working for the White House is?" "How's working for the White House?" My voice was so flat, you could use it to cut a fucking salad. "Great." She leaned into my arm. "Wonderful. POTUS is a real gem. Such a lovely man. So mild. And he sings my praises." There was no nice way of telling her I didn't give a crap if POTUS was going to divorce his wife and marry her, so instead I steered the conversation to where it mattered. "So what brings you to New York?" "Meetings, back to back." She wiped invisible sweat from her brow. "One of my meetups got canceled, so I thought we'd catch up. We haven't spoken in weeks. Why is that? Remind me?" "Because you're a bitch," I offered, remembering how she'd treated Poppins. "Also, because we only speak when one of us is in town and wants to screw the other." She nodded, motioning toward her body with her hands. "And here I am." I blinked at her before throwing my head back and laughing. It took me 2 full minutes to calm down. And in those minutes, she sat there and stared at me, wearing an expression of confusion and annoyance. "You want to fuck?" I asked finally. She pressed her lips together. "Don't act like we haven't been doing it for years, Bates." "We had." I took a swig of my beer. "But aren't you forgetting a teeny tiny detail?" She tilted an eyebrow up. "Enlighten me?" "I'm married." "Married?" Now it was her turn to laugh. "Please, Riggs." We're both married by name only. But you do recall falling to your knees, begging me to marry your assistant, correct? I was starting to lose my patience. We hadn't discussed her little showdown with Duffy in all the weeks since it had happened, and now she wanted me to fall into bed with her? Gretchen batted her long eyelashes, and all I could think about was how her eyes were boring blue and not exotically purple. Yes, as an arrangement. Well, it's been arranged. Not to save my ass, that's for sure. She was starting to drop her sweet charade and show her true colors. Something else made you say yes. You made it clear you didn't care about me or my career the night she caught us. The why isn't important. The fact that I did it is. Again? She sipped her wine through pinched lips. How does it matter? The marriage isn't real. It matters because I'm not going to cheat on my wife, who is waiting for a U.S. visa, just to wet my dick, I bit out. Now that I'd verbalized it, I realized I hadn't screwed anyone other than Duffy since that night she caught me with Gretchen. Not that I thought that the U.S. government was the moral police. Half the politicians had affairs, drug scandals, sex tapes, and DUIs. But there was no need to pile more difficulties on Operation Getting Duffy a Visa. Meanwhile, Gretchen's face looked like it was about to melt into her wine glass. Abhorred didn't begin to cover it. She looked like I just informed her that I'd given her gonorrhea. Don't tell me, she touched her neck delicately, that you're having an affair with her. Can you have an affair with someone you're married to? I wondered aloud. Kind of like being a fuck buddy with your girlfriend, no? It's all baked into the cake. So it's a yes. It's a no fucking comment, I corrected. Then, realizing Daphne might expire if she thought her boss knew she was sampling her leftovers, I added, I should be so lucky. Gretchen flew up from her seat, shaking her head, her eyes wide. No. Don't give me that. There's no way you're not having sex with her. Are you two living together? Feeling a little concerned Gretchen was going to out us, I stood up too. I grabbed my wallet and threw notes onto the bar, covering both our bills. Don't forget this whole mess started because you were afraid Duffy was going to run to the press and rat us out, I warned. You didn't answer my question. She blocked my way out with her body, as if that would help if I wanted to bulldoze past her. You didn't answer my unspoken one, I countered. Her nostrils flared, and she took a step back. Are you asking if I'll do something to hurt Daphne's chances of being granted a visa? I'm making sure. I folded my arms over my chest. Well, no, I'm not that person. But now that I have a government job and rules to abide by, I can't chance a scandal. I reserve the right to... I raised my hand. Stop it right there. You have no rights. None whatsoever. You lost your rights when you decided to fuck someone who wasn't your husband. You'll keep your mouth shut and stay out of our life. Our life? The fuck was I saying? We had no mutual life together. Or? She tilted her chin up, her eyes tapering. Seriously? Or I'll be the one singing to the press about our affair. I'll spare no detail, Gretchen. The props, the frequency, the faces you make when you come. I let loose a spiteful, sly grin. Trust me, I can be very chatty when prompted. She took another step back, her eyes glittering with rage. I can't believe the bitch got you. I grabbed my phone, having had enough bullshit for the entire day. There's only one bitch in this story, and I'm looking at her right now. Duffy may not be everyone's cup of tea. Hell, who in this world is? But what you did to her the last day of her job is unforgivable. And the worst part, I shook my head chuckling, is that you didn't even ask for forgiveness. Your narcissism looked really good up close when we were screwing, but from every other angle, it's really ugly. Have a good life, Gretchen. Or better yet, don't. With those parting words, I shoved the door open and made my way to the subway. I knew Gretchen would never contact me again. Her ego was too big to sustain this kind of blow, which worked out well, because her ego was also too fragile to survive the tell-all interview she knew I'd give the Enquirer if she messed with Duffy's visa somehow. I had nothing to lose. Or so she thought. Because now I was starting to wonder, did I have something to lose? Was Duffy mine to lose? I don't know, idiot, is she? Because last I checked, she is still talking about cocksucker in the present tense and scheming how to work somewhere where she could bag a millionaire. One thing was for sure. I had feelings toward my wife. They weren't always positive, but they were in existence. And that was becoming a very big problem. Chapter 23. Riggs. Later that day I went to the hospital to visit Charlie. Duffy was helping her friend Laura by taking her cat to the vet, since she had a last-minute presentation. Laura, not the cat. She sounded really upset on the phone that she couldn't make it earlier, and promised to visit him in the evening, once she was done. I told her I'd keep her posted, and spared her any mention of my meeting with Gretchen today. What was the point of ripping open that old wound? It wasn't like I had any news to tell. Gretchen was still an asshole. Joining me for moral support, or more accurately, so we could all get trashed afterward, were Christian and Arson. Most people would shy away from meeting a complete stranger in a vulnerable condition. These two didn't flinch at the sight of misery, though.
I want to see the person who makes Riggs go grocery shopping,
Christian explained, as he power-walked through the hospital's corridors in his Tom Ford suit.
It's unfathomable that you'd give a damn about someone you don't plan on betting.
It was a good thing I didn't tell them about my hookups with my wife. First of all, I wasn't eager to hear them say, "I told you so." Second, I was strangely protective of Daphne and her privacy, especially after she'd gone viral since meeting me. Twice. "I'm capable of feeling," I protested, my jaw locking in annoyance. "Only without a condom," Arson sneered. Christian snickered. "What's wrong with the old man anyway?" Arson wondered. "Dunno." I stopped in front of Charlie's room number and knocked on it. "Guess we'll find out now. He's supposed to be awake."
"Come in."
I heard Charlie's voice and pushed the door open. Charlie was sitting upright in his bed, white as a Colorado Christmas, but looking better than I'd seen him last week.
"Hey, R."
His face broke into a tired smile.
"Thanks for coming. And you brought some friends."
His eyes scanned the two men behind me.
"How inappropriate."
Christian and Arson chuckled behind me. The one in the obnoxiously expensive suit is Christian. I stuck a hand in his direction, yawning. And the one who looks like a vampire and doesn't need a $6,000 suit to feel like he's better than God is Arson. They're my best friends. They both reached to shake his hand.
"How's Duffy?"
Charlie turned to me. "How's Duffy?" I echoed, taking out my stoner kit and then rolling him a joint. Surely he was in pain. I could wheel him out of here for a quick smoke. "I found you passed out in your bathroom. Tell me how you feel."
"First of all, that must be the stupidest thing anyone's done in a hospital."
He pointed at the joint I was rolling.
"And second, I'm good. Just had a little accident. Those happen."
"Don't bullshit a bullshitter. What's going on with you?" Charlie looked away.
"Nothing."
"Is it about these two?" I jerked my thumb behind my back. "'Cause I can kick them out. They're used to it." Charlie munched on his inner cheek.
"Drop it."
"That bad?" I asked gently.
"Worse."
So it must be terminal. My heart slowed, heavy in my chest. If he didn't want to say, I didn't want to press. "Got it. No more questions." I nodded.
"Appreciate it."
"Other than one," I amended, holding my joint up in the air between us. "Where's your wheelchair, asshole?" It took charming 2 nurses and flirting with 1 doctor before I could get a wheelchair for Charlie. Then another 15 minutes for us to find our way out to the communal garden. It was mostly empty. Better for us, since I'd brought over Blue Dream, my favorite weed. Chef's kiss, Michelin-starred marijuana. I put the brakes on Charlie's chair and leaned against a fake plant, giving him the honor of lighting up. He took a long hit, waited until the smoke reached the bottom of his lungs, then released, coughing a little. He kicked his head back and closed his eyes.
Haven't had one of those since I was 20.
A doobie? I asked, surprised. Don't like the effect?
On the contrary, I love it. Not so much the person it turns me into, though.
I decided not to pry, since he was already dealing with a terminal disease and the shit ton of problems it brought with it. I couldn't help but wonder what it felt like to die alone, since that was exactly what was about to happen to Charlie. And one day to me. Well, now that you have a mysterious disease, you can be whoever you want. I watched as he puffed on his spliff. The perks of dying are never ending. He laughed and coughed at the same time.
Everything has an ending. That's the point of living.
There was a brief silence.
So, how is Duffy?
You're like a dog with a bone.
Give me the meat, then.
She's fine. Then, when he kept looking at me and grinning, I groaned. She's coming to visit you tonight?
I'm more interested to know how you feel about living with her. You guys seemed close when I met you in the hallway the other day.
I liked that he didn't feel embarrassed about the state he'd been in that day. She's way too young. It was the only thing I could think of saying, since she's too hell-bent on marrying up sounded lame, and I'm too scared of commitment seemed too personal.
If anything, you're too young for her.
He wiggled his brows, taking another toke. I laughed. Are you going to pass me that joint this century?
Nope.
Pfft. My eyes grazed the side of his face. You're lucky you're dying, you know? I'm normally not that forgiving.
So lucky.
Charlie nodded weakly. After he was done, I wheeled him back to his room and asked if I could grab him something from the cafeteria before I left. Charlie said he was good. That whole time, Christian and Arson were waiting in the room's small balcony. They slid the glass door and walked back inside when they noticed me helping Charlie back into his bed. There was something really depressing about helping out this big, muscular man do something so trivial.
Ready to go?
Christian clapped my shoulder. Yeah. I glanced at the time on my phone. But I think I'm heading home. Home? Arson raised an eyebrow. Nice choice of word. Don't read too much into it, I quipped. Bye, Charles.
Bye, kids.
Charlie was already engrossed in a Discovery magazine he was flipping through. The three of us made our way to the elevator. Christian and Arson exchanged looks. Who should tell him? Arson asked, businesslike. Tell who what? I was too preoccupied for his brand of bullshit.
Not me.
Christian held up his hands.
If he goes through a mental breakdown, Ari is going to expect me to spend time with him. I lack the patience and sympathy.
Who's having a mental breakdown? I asked, thinking they must have been continuing their conversation from the balcony.
No one,
Christian said. At the same time, Arson said,
You idiot.
Why would I have a mental breakdown? We all stopped by the elevator. Christian glanced behind his shoulder to the room we just left Charlie in. When the old man dies. I gave him a puzzled look. He's a nice guy, but a meltdown is a stretch. The elevator slid open. Maybe it's my destiny. Arson shook his head, looking upward. To be surrounded by morons. The day just kept going progressively shittier. After bailing on drinks with my friends, I made my way back to Duffy's. When I got to her floor, I couldn't find the door. Not because it had disappeared, but because there were approximately 80,000 fucking roses waiting for her, blocking the path to the entire hallway. Who did something so stupid? Sent someone who lived in a tiny apartment in New York thousands of roses, cramming up the entire goddamn building? But the answer was clear. Cocksucker. Cocksucker who never had to live anywhere smaller than 4,000 square foot houses, even in college, I bet. There were roses everywhere. Red roses, white roses, pink roses, yellow roses. Roses didn't make up for the fact that the man fucked someone else in Thailand. Or that he was in Thailand, not Nepal. or that he'd left her. Man, if she took him back, she'd be the biggest idiot on planet Earth. No, that would be you, for buying into your sham fucking relationship. Upon closer inspection, I realized that on each of the roses was a petal with the imprint, "Please forgive me." I bet he thought it was a nice touch. Somehow I managed to push through and get to the door. Normally, if any packages were outside, I brought them inside. Not this time. We didn't have space to store all of BJ's "I know I fucked up" flowers. Even if we did, I wasn't going to help his cause. Inside was a Tupperware container, waiting on the counter, along with a note. I walked over to it and picked up the note. "Riggs, interview was cut short due to my visa situation. It's fine. I'm over it. So I had time to stop at the flat. I made you some stuffed zucchini. You can't live off junk. Eat it. It's an order. Also, the neurologist's office called. They had to move your appointment. Please call them to reschedule. BBL, Poppins." It was that gesture that really did it. I wasn't planning on getting rid of cocksucker's flowers. But seeing how thoughtful and inherently fantastic this woman was, I couldn't chance her going back to this jerk. She was too good for him. It was time to intervene and do the world a favor. I marched back outside and threw out all the roses. Stuffed all of them into a dumpster downstairs. She was going to find out sooner or later that he'd sent her flowers, and that I threw them out, but not today, and probably not tomorrow either. Besides, the momentary satisfaction of sticking it to that asshole was worth her future wrath. I went back upstairs and wolfed down her zucchini dish. It still tasted too healthy for me to seriously enjoy it,